Welcome to beautiful Melbourne Park for day 2 of the Australian Open qualifying for the Australian Open at 2014. The blue court is looking spectacular. The sunshine is out. A very good morning to you. My name's Ian Cohen. Great to have you along again on Australian Open TV. Matt Hill is with me, and Matt, day 2, we've got the women certainly featuring, and we've got some men, some stage 2 games for them as well.
Yeah, it was a big day yesterday, wasn't it, on Australian Open TV when the men kicked off their qualifying campaign. It's all about the women today, and the first 4 matches on Show Court 3, our broadcast court, have the women involved and some young Australian talent, which is good to see.
Absolutely. There's 7 Aussies that are going to be on the card today. We'll run through that in a moment or two, but let's have a look at how the women's formatics work. There's 96 of them that are going to start in a couple of minutes' time. 96 players, 12 trying to qualify through.
You can throw in 8 wild cards as well that is a part of that group of 96 players. 12 qualify for the Australian Open main draw, so there's plenty to play for out there on the 12 courts in operation today. But it's pretty simple, best of 3 sets, and it's a 3-round knockout format. You just have to keep winning.
$33,000 awaits the winner as a first-round competitor here at the Australian Open. Having a look at the men's side of things, 128 players. They started yesterday. They're not all in the main draw. We had a bit of attrition, obviously. They're not still all remaining in qualifying.
Probably a bit of attrition with the winners as well, because a few of the lads had some pretty tough matches in warmish conditions. It got to about 27, 28 degrees here yesterday. 128 players started. That includes 9 wild cards, and it's a simple equation again. 16 qualify for the Australian Open main draw. Best of 3 sets in the men's as well. No tie-break third set.
Let's have a look at some of yesterday's results. Brad Mousley was the man first up on court against Vincent Malot, the Frenchman. And for Mousley, it didn't go his way. The local favourite going down to Malot, 6-2 and 6-4.
Yes, the 18-year-old from South Australia had a frustrating first set against Vincent Malot from France, one of the smaller men on the tour, 5'8". But unfortunately, Brad had some moments of brilliance, but too many unforced errors, and the Frenchman was too good. 6-2, 6-4 the score there.
Luke Saville, a former Australian Open junior champ, took on Paul Capdeville from Chile, and this went to 3 sets. But Saville went missing in that middle set there and eventually went down 11-9 in the third.
Extraordinary match. Luke was such a fighter in that first set, 7-6. There were so many ebbs and flows, but he was so gutsy. As you mentioned, Ian, disappeared in the second set with a bagel next to his name. And then 11-9 in the third. He wasn't a well man, the Chilean Paul Capdeville. He was visibly ill on court, but has been able to slug it out. Luke had his chances and unfortunately dipped out in a very long 3-setter. It took 3 hours in the end.
And don't forget too that it is free admission to qualifying, so you can come along and see some of this stunning tennis that's being played. 17-year-old Blake Mott, he was up against Enrique López Perez from Spain.
You love saying that name, don't you? And also Blake Mott, 6-2 in the second set. He really made a resurgence there at the Spanish player, but just couldn't quite grind it out in the third set. But as we have a look at some of the main highlights, Perez had his frustrating moments as well, having a few arguments with the umpire. He's a passionate character, and he won in 3 sets, which took just under 2 hours.
The Australians finally had something to cheer about with Andrew Harris getting over the top of Simone Vagnozzi from Italy, 6-1 and 7-5.
He simply just overpowered the Italian, who was no match for Andrew Harris. Of course, his mother, Anne Minter, a little bit of tennis royalty, this family, and Big Andrew was just far too good, and that forehand was working splendidly. And have a look at this match point, bang, down the line. What a way to finish. Very easy, 6-1, 7-5, only just over an hour as well.
Certainly a way to win a contest. Ben Mitchell took on JP Smith. It was 2 Australians going head-to-head, and in the end, Smith got over the top 7-5 and 6-3 over the top of 21-year-old Mitchell.
I think, Ian, in commentary, you mentioned the words dogfight, and that's exactly what it was. It was a real grind to the finish, and just a little bit more experienced John Patrick Smith, the 24-year-old from Townsville, who's played on the university circuit in America. It feels like he's been around for quite a while, winning there 7-5, 6-3, which finished at around about 8:30 last night on Australian Open TV.
Yeah, it certainly was a late night, but we love seeing it here at Australian Open qualifying. Let's have a look at the women, because round one for the women gets underway in a few moments' time, and we start with a very famous name up the top of the list.
Yes, the 15-year-old youngest sister of Bernard Tomic, Sarah Tomic, is first up on court 3 on Australian Open TV. Then we see Arina Rodionova, a world team tennis player, got to a career best ranking of 72 in 2010. Her sister Anastasia Rodionova is also on court 3. Nathan Baines, who was born in Britain, a 16-year-old Australian now. Tammy Patterson, ranked 364, looking to improve on that. The 15-year-old from Brisbane, Priscilla Hon, and the 15-year-old Australian Institute of Sports Scholarship winner, Madison Inglis. So some young talent, good young Australian talent, our future here.
As you can see, preparations well and truly underway. That was the central chair umpires just getting mic'd up and making sure the net is right and ready to go, making sure the tension is all clear, because the hopes and aspirations for a lot of young Australians and young internationals are going to unfold today. Downstairs we can go. Brett Phillips and Dan Ryan, good morning to you boys.
Good morning to you guys. A great day here at Melbourne Park, day 2 of qualifying. It's great to be here. BP, we're certainly looking forward to another great day of action.
Going to be a great day of tennis, Dan. We're actually standing where the Chilean supporters were yesterday, and weren't they noisy on day 1 supporting Paul Capdeville. Got past an Australian in Luke Saville 11-9, but yeah, come out, can be a little bit warmer on the back, but free entry, going to be a great day of tennis.
Certainly will. It's all about the girls today. Let's check out the opening match here on show court number 3. It features the Austrian Tamara Paszek up against, as we know, the 15-year-old Australian Sarah Tomic. Looking forward to seeing how she goes on the big stage.
Absolutely. I've watched Sarah train a lot. We know about Sarah's story, following in the footsteps of her brother Bernard, but I haven't actually seen her play live, so I'm really fascinated in such a big stage that are a qualies event here. And she's up against a seasoned campaigner in Tamara Paszek, who has got through a lot of qualifying campaigns during her career.
Certainly looking forward to that one. The next one we're going to look at is Heather Watson from Great Britain. She's also a very talented player, a big test for the Australian Arina Rodionova.
Look, Arina had a really good AO wildcard playoff. She made the final. Of course, she got through to take on Casey Delacroix. She's always an interesting player to watch. She's got a bit of slices things. She loves throwing in the drop shots. She certainly is quite heavy off the ground. She's in really good form. So that one, I reckon, a really even matchup in maybe 3 sets.
Match number 3 that we're going to take a look at features Coco Vandeweghe of the USA, the 7th seed here in qualifying, up against another Australian, experienced, the older sister, Anastasia Rodionova.
Anastasia will be really keen down to put her best foot forward. She was knocked out first round of qualifying by Storm Sanders. It was 9-7 out on court 7. She was really disappointed. She's the one Australian female that's got direct entry into qualies. The others have got wild cards. 31, she'd love to play in another major. Hopefully it can be a good week for Anastasia.
Yeah, we cross our fingers there for her. We then move our attention to the next match featuring Nikita Baines of Australia, a 16-year-old, up against Andrea Lavkov from the Czech. She's the 17th seed here.
Watch out for Nikita Baines. Really impressive in the Hobart during the week. She came into qualifying, almost got through to the main draw, lost in the final round, beat a top 100 player for the first time, and she's only 16. So a really big stage for her, but great experience.
Absolutely. There's also some second-round men's singles matches going on show court number 3. Paul-Henri Mathieu of France, the 12th seed, he will take on Jimmy Wang from Taipei. So second-round men's action, looking for third-round places.
Yeah, Paul-Henri, I never thought I'd see him here in quali. He's been a terrific player over the years, and for a long time was ranked in the top 30 of men's tennis, one of the strong legion of French players who are really competitive on the tour. So he's in unfamiliar surrounds. I would think he would probably get through to the final round later today.
Plenty of action to look forward to here on show court number 3. We can't wait till it all unfolds. It's back to you guys for now.
Thanks very much, Dan and Brett, and obviously good calling today at the commentary. You and I will be sliding down there at some stage as well, Matt. But have a look at this, the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup, the Daphne Ackhurst Memorial as well. This is the ultimate prize. Qualifying's one thing, and then in 2 weeks' time, someone is going to be grabbing this as Azarenka and Novak did last year.
Well, the qualifying is the start of it, really, for a lot of these players. But what about the stars in the main draw? I know the money's important and also all of the grandeur involved, but wouldn't it be special to get your mitts on one of these?
Absolutely. So that is the ultimate prize. Today's conditions here at Melbourne Park are fantastic for tennis. An expected top of 31 degrees today. There'll be a small zephyr, a breeze around. It did blow up a bit last night and got swirly conditions on court, but sunny, perfect tennis weather according to the Bureau, and a top today of 31 degrees. Of course, if you want to get involved on the social media side of things too, Matt, maybe you might want to think up something for the trophies or anything along those sort of lines, but social media is a big part.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the list of everything you can get involved with: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. We got some great tweets from even members in the crowd on Court 3 yesterday, and also members of the crowd that were at Roger Federer's night last night. You know, tips for the commentators, your predictions for the Australian Open 2014, or just mention your favourite player. Any way you'd like, get involved with Australian Open 2014 social media. And you've got plenty of followers, Ian, but you can always have more. You can never have
too many
friends, exactly.
Scott Draper's got plenty of followers, and you can catch his fitness tips, his tennis tips, all those sort of things with Scott Draper as well on Australian Tennis Channel, which is on YouTube too. So maybe open up another browser and you can have a look at that too. This is a trophy that our man Roger Federer has got 4 of them. There it is, the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup. He has got 4 of those. He's won them behind in Rod Laver Arena. And last night, Roger and friends actually hosted Rod Laver Arena in his own house. Of course, Joe Wilfred Songa was a part of it too. Matt, it was a wonderful night and a great way to really kickstart the Australian Open.
What about the vision of the two legends, Roger Federer and Rod Laver, hitting up? That was just unbelievable. You could watch that for 5 hours. It was tremendous.
Yeah, absolute Grand Slam champions, past and present, and we're going to have a look at some of that. And on the other side of this, we'll pick up the first match of women's qualifying here at Australian Open 2014.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome to his own arena, Mr. Rod Laver.
I am ready to warm up.
Okay.
Are you my warm-up partner?
I'm the warm-up partner.
All right.
Here we go.
The racket feels a little bit heavy right now, I must say.
It feels like it's too short.
How are the nerves, Roger?
Not so good.
Maybe I'm better up here.
I'm just...
I think that tennis has always sort of led the way. There's just no safe place to go on the court, you know? It never leaves your racket and you're comfortable. That's an evolution of the game, and something tells me it's not going to stop here. I mean, history would prove that it's never going to stop.
For me, success is when I go out on the court and execute my game. It's just a matter of how well you prepare yourself to be in the state of mind that you want to be out there.
Pressure for myself, there's always that, you know. I want to prove to myself that I can be the best player, that I can beat everyone, I can do it day in, day out.
In this sport, you're out there all by yourself, and if you're playing in front of 15,000 people, it can be a very lonely place. To be a champion, you have to have everything. You have to be the best competitor, you have to be the fittest, you have to have the toughest mind. You've got to have everything. And to find somebody like that is so tough.
Cameras, is it on there?
Camera 6.
Strength.
small margins and small details decide the winner.
You see these guys, the way they move, the way they adapt, the way they fight, and that's a remarkable era.
I do get nervous when the big moments come around, but you hope that it's exactly right then when you play your best.
Please be upstanding for the rules of tennis. This is a rectangle, and now it's a tennis court. Tennis can be played between 2 or 4 people. Playing in singles is called singles. Playing in doubles is called doubles. Starting on the right-hand side of the court, one person serves and the other receives. Look out, a tennis match has just broken out. As server, you have to get the ball from here to there. If the ball doesn't make it, it's called a fault. 2 faults are a double fault, and your opponent is quite chuffed. A tennis match is made up of sets, which are made up of games, which are made up of points. Point scoring goes 15, 30, 40 and game. But if you and your opponent, let's call him Jeff, both reach 40 all in a game, this is called juice. From here you need to score 2 consecutive points more than Jeff to win the game. So after receiving the serve, the receiver becomes the server, while the server receives the role of receiver. Got it? When returning the serve, your return must land within this area. In doubles, your options are widened. Then a while will pass by, and if after that, you're 2 games ahead of Jeff, and you've won at least 6 games, you've won the set. Most tennis matches are played in a best of 3 sets format. Win 2 and you've won. Lose 2 and you haven't. Tennis, the original and classic multiplayer.
Well, hello and welcome to day 2 here of the Australian Open qualifying. It's round 1 women's singles action. Dan Ryan alongside Brett Phillips. And Brett, we're looking forward to this one to see how young Sarah Tomic, the 15-year-old, the younger sister of Bernard Tomic, to see how she fares against the Austrian Tamara Paszek.
Yes, indeed. Dan, good morning to you. Good morning, everyone. Going to get up to a top of 32 degrees. I think this is a really fascinating matchup. I feel like Tamara Paszek has been around a long time, but she's still only 24 years of age. We're so used to the tennis players, starting their journey at sort of 15, 16. Sometimes you forget sort of how long they've been on the tour, but she has certainly been around quite a while. And Sarah's still very much a work in progress as a young girl, obviously with the tennis genes, trying to follow on from Bernard, who's having a good run. Of course, he'll play his quarterfinal in Sydney tonight up there at the APR International. But Sarah Tomic has certainly been going around on the Australian Pro Tour. Obviously, has come through the junior ranks, doing a little bit of travel overseas as well.
So here's the coin toss from a couple of moments ago.
We'll bring you who won that coin toss very shortly.
So let's talk about Sarah Tomic for a moment, BP. What kind of a player is she at 15 years of age? And obviously there's a lot of high hopes on her to have a successful career in the years to come, but as a 15-year-old, she's a strongly built girl. What can we expect from her, do you think?
Yeah, look, she plays a really attacking game of tennis. Quite different in style to her brother, who plays in many ways a very unique brand of tennis, and it's going to be keen to see how he unfolds with that brand and whether he's got to make some adjustments as he tries to climb into the top 10. But, Sarah's pretty strong off the ground. She does like to certainly get in. I mean, that's one thing I noticed about the Australian players yesterday. I think the coaching here at the moment is really good. And obviously the encouragement is to not be anchored to the baseline. Try and make things happen. We go back to the Australian players of years gone by who love coming to the net and serve volleying and really trying to close out the points a little bit quicker. So, yeah, Sarah still adding lots of different components, but she is a very strongly built girl. Very, very sound at the net, strong off the ground.
3 minutes.
But against Paszek, who's a really experienced campaigner, I think we saw it yesterday with Paul Capdeville and Luke Saville. Saville I thought was terrific, but Capdeville had, 10 years on Luke, and just at the crucial moments, that experience was able to shine through and somehow get him over the line. But really keen to see how she goes. Big stage, but that's what this event is all about, giving a lot of the young Australian players a wild card into qualies. There can be lots of surprises, of course, if you can perform best on the day. You can catch a few of the older players off guard. Outside courts, open to the elements a little bit. The wind did pick up a little bit later yesterday. We saw on this very court, Dan, obviously with the chair umpire who's really earning or her earning their paychecks with no Hawkeye, not as many Lions people, and there's a bit at stake. So there's plenty of emotion in qualies, and we saw that on display, and I reckon we'll see it with the girls here today.
You mentioned Paszek. She, of course, was ranked as high as number 26 in the world in February of last year. So this time, 12 months ago, she was sitting pretty well in the world ranking. So she is certainly a quality player. In 2011 and 2012, she was a quarter-finalist at Wimbledon. So this girl knows how to play, and it will be a big test to see how young Sarah Tomic can match up at this stage.
Yeah, that just goes to show you the fluctuations in your career. You can go from being where she was and on the big stage not having to go through qualifying, and we're seeing a few of the players in the men's yesterday and the women who can have just sort of a bad patch there for a few months, and the ranking can really slip, and obviously injury can also play a part. But yeah, I remember Paszek playing a number of matches even here at the Australian Open, sometimes when she's had to go up against maybe a Serena Williams or some of the bigger names. She's only small in stature, but really, really strong off the ground, punches pretty hard off both wings.
Well, we're gearing up here for the start of this match. Of course, it's just the entree to the Australian Open, which kicks off on Monday. Some wonderful memories there from the Australian Open. Looking forward to this match on show court number 3, women's qualifying singles. It's the first round, of course. Tamira Paszek of Austria up against Australia's Sarah Tomic. These two girls fighting for a place in the second round of qualifying. 3 matches is what they must win consecutively to make their way through to Monday's main draw. And Tomic, bottom of your screen, she won the toss and elected to serve. So players just completing their warm-ups and moments away from a start here on day 2.
Yeah, you talk about her ranking, Dan, Tamira Paszek. That is one of the biggest falls in the space of 12 months to go, as high as 26 in 2013, down to 179. So she certainly gets direct entry into qualifying with that ranking. But she would have expected to be in a much better position. Did win a final, an ITF $50,000 event in France back in October, but yeah, certainly the early to mid part of the year it was a fairly lean picking. So yeah, there's a player who's experienced being in the top 30, playing in the big tournaments, playing against the very best players, and here she is and on the outside courts at Melbourne Park, having to go through qualifying to actually make it into a Grand Slam. So yeah, look, it's a familiar pattern with a number of the players who go through different parts of their career, but the great part about tennis, you can keep playing for as long as you like, and you can rectify a poor ranking if you keep going about your trade. And we're seeing a lot of the women, of course, playing into their 30s now. So Tamira Paszek still very young in tennis terms, and I suppose if she continues to develop, she'll be able to get that ranking back inside the top 100. She did play in the main draw of the Australian Open last year. She made it through to the second round, so she's very familiar with these surroundings. And as we've mentioned, her Grand Slam history is relatively good. So she would start this match as favourite, but anything can happen in qualifiers, as we've seen over the years. But we look forward to this game to see how the young 15-year-old Australian, the younger sister of Bernard Tomic, shapes up against a very talented player from Austria. So Tomic set to serve here in the opening set.
Strong start from the Austrian.
Love 15.
Always keen to watch the young players, just their general court movement. We know that Bernard Tomic, his court movement has been a work in progress.
Well, 2 winners to start this game from both players. It's a pretty good start to this match. Both swinging relatively freely. Good signs.
She'll certainly want to hold serve, give her a little bit of confidence, being the younger of the pair. Got the advantage of serving first here. There's that court movement, Dan. Just
30-all.
Need to get to that ball a little bit quicker and anticipate. But for young players, of course, it's their agility and just their all-court game. It's always a work in progress, but yeah, just sort of struggling to get to that ball on that occasion.
So 30-all. It's a nice forehand from Tomic. Puts that one away. Gives herself a game point. Set up with the good first serve. Got the easy return, put it away.
Deuce.
Just early signs with Tomic that her backhand wing might be just a little bit stronger than the forehand. Of course, brother Bernie loves playing backhand up the line. Favourite shot.
Backhand slice just dropping into the net, so a breakpoint opportunity here for Paszek. To see if she can gain the early ascendancy on this match. And she does, so the Austrian breaks the young Australian in the opening game. It's Tamira Paszek of Austria leading 1-0.
Yeah, just that forehand of Sarah Tomic, probably the weaker of the two wings. Certainly, I like her backhand. Gets through the court very quickly, really skids onto her opponent. So that's one we can certainly keep an eye on as a real strength of Sarah Tomic. She'll no doubt be a little bit nervous. Big stage for her to come out here and play a qualifying event for a Grand Slam.
She, of course, played in the qualifying of the Sydney International. She was knocked out on Friday to Kiki Bertens of the Netherlands 6-4, 6-1. It was her first WTA event that she played to try and crack into the main draw. So a big couple of weeks here for the young Australian. Here she is in qualifying. So Paszek serving now, seeing if she can consolidate the breaker serve. Gets the lucky net cord, and just that speed from Tomic. A little bit sluggish to get up to the net on that occasion again.
Yeah, you'll see here on the replay, obviously expecting you to come back a lot deeper, but it's the one area that needs to improve. We saw it a little bit with Luke Saville yesterday. Who's a good mover, just got caught out a few times.
And again, lucky net cord for the Austrian. She apologises. Don't know whether she meant it or not.
Well, it doesn't matter how quick Sarah would have been there. She wouldn't have made that one. So, yeah, a couple of unlucky ones going against her.
So looking good on serve here, the Austrian, 30 love.
Good deep return. That's what she needs. Get that first return back.
30-15.
Really set Paszek back. Came onto her very quickly.
T15.
So just that forehand, was that error, should I say, from Tomic. Gives Paszek a couple of game points here. Looking for a 2-love lead.
Oh, one right down the tee.
Not a bad way to do it.
Just snuck in.
Leads by 2 games to love.
Good start. Have a look here on the replay.
Beautiful, right on the line.
A bit of the paint, yep. So good early signs for Paszek, the more experienced campaigner.
So Tomic to serve here, pretty keen to get on the board.
Love 15. $15 all.
It's a good serve. Only at 150, but great placement. She's getting a few free points off her serve.
Another good point constructed there.
30-15.
She'll take the error. She goes up in this game. Well, that's some good hitting from Tomic, isn't it, BP? She's getting a little bit more aggressive in this game. It's good to see.
Just off that backhand wing, I like it. It's a real strong part of her game already as a young girl.
So a couple of game points here for Tomic to get on the board early in this opening set. Sends that one long.
Fine line.
40-30.
She's trying to hit the ball deep, which is the right intention. Doesn't want to send any half balls back for Paszek to put away, but always that risk that you can just overhit a little.
And a double fault. A little bit of inexperience there. Showing as it now comes back to juice.
experience is the word, Dan. For all these young Australians, the opportunity to get out here and win or lose, they'll take a lot.
Another chance here.
Advantage, Tomic.
So let's see if she can convert this game point. Well, that's a great shot from the Austrian, deep right in the corner.
Yeah, it really is set up beautifully in her hitting zone, and she aimed for that corner, and you couldn't get any more spot on than that.
So juice number 2. Great serve out wide from Tomic. Bit of a fist pump too. Good energy about her.
Yeah, needs to get some free points off her serve. Such a big factor in women's tennis. We see it right at the top end with Serena.
It's too good there from the Austrian, just pushing Sarah Tomic back behind that baseline.
It's the thing that sets Serena apart, isn't it? That serve. I mean, she served 10 aces in the Brisbane International final win over Azarenka. Always gets her out of trouble. I mean, Sam Stowes has, I suppose, been the other one who's been able to develop her first serve as a real weapon. I mean, even Azarenka and Sharapova at the top end still have trouble with their serve.
Advantage, Tomic.
Tomic holds serve. She is on the board here in the opening set. A good effort from the young Australian. It is Paszek from Austria leading by 2-1. Let's check upstairs with an update on courts 6, 7 and 8.
Thanks very much, Dan, and a very good morning to you if you're just joining Australian Open TV. A couple of my good friends here, Norman and also Daphne, who've got the 2 trophies with us, and don't they look absolutely splendid? And of course, in a couple of weeks' time, will it be Victoria Azarenka that defends, or maybe Novak Djokovic? We'll have to wait and find out. But they are polished within an inch of their life, and they look brilliant. The Norman Brooks Challenge Cup and the Daphne Ackhurst Memorial. Let's get around to some of those courts now, and out on court 6, we've got a contest between Vera Dushevina and also Ilona Kremen of Belarus. And the way it stands at the moment is that for 1 game all at this early stage, of course all of these women trying to get their way through, it's now 2 games apiece, so fairly tight tussle there. 13 minutes travelled already on court number 6 between Dushevina of Russia and Kremen of Belarus. To court 7 we can go now there, and that's where Kristina Pliskova is against Elisa Kleybanova. The Czech Republic girl Pliskova taking on the Russian Kleybanova. We'll just check the scoreline there. Beautiful conditions with Pliskova, the number 9 seed here at qualifying. 3-1 up there. Again, 13 minutes travelled, so Kleybanova will be not wanting to relent on this game. And then at court 8, we've got the Chinese girl Yingying Duan taking on Cecil Karantencheva of Kazakhstan, the 22nd seed. And at the moment, we'll get a scoreline for you on that one. The ball just going long from Karantencheva of Kazakhstan. And it is 2-1 to the Chinese girl with the 22nd seed with some work to do and 10 minutes. We can now head back downstairs, show court 3, Dan Ryan and Brett Phillips.
Nicely done, Koza. As we rejoin this game, it is, of course, Tamira Paszek of Austria serving 2-1 up in the opening set.
(30-15).
So Paszek getting the early break of serve. Yeah, a lot of interesting stories in qualifying. Ian just mentioned Elisa Kleybanova, of course, has come back from cancer the last 2 years, former top 30 player. Lots of good stories out on the outside courts. Of course, 7 Australians in action today. With the Rodionova sisters, Nikita Baines, we're going to be showing you live. Tammy Patterson, good strong hitter from Victoria. Priscilla Hon, Madison Inglis, very good prospect from WA. Took on Casey Delacqua in the wild card and played quite well.
Just a reminder too, free entry here at Melbourne Park during the qualifiers. So if you're around Melbourne town, come on down and check out some great tennis on offer, of course. Qualifiers going all the way through to Saturday and running all through the day. Lots of action on all the courts here at Melbourne Park.
That's a good strong winner from the back of the court.
Deuce.
It's a great time to come down before the Australian Open starts. So the merchandise shop is open. Sort of feel like you got the place to yourself. You can wander around and just soak up the early atmosphere. Finishing touch has been put on the precinct here.
Some good hitting there from Paszek, set up with a good wide serve. Had Tomic well off the side of the court.
I mean, certainly, Dan, if you're Tamira Paszek, being the experienced campaigner, she would have, I reckon, identified fairly early that Sarah Tomic is not the greatest mover, and she's still only young, so developing that side of her game. But the key, I reckon, would be just to really be running it from side to side.
So she faced the break point, but she's got it back and she secures that game. So she capitalises on her break of serve earlier in the match, and she now leads by 3 games to 1 in the opening set. Been going for 18 minutes, and the Austrian in charge at the moment. So we'll see how Sarah Tomic responds here under a bit of pressure early.
Love 15.
A great day of men's qualies yesterday. No, Dan, it was a pretty long day at the end. The 2 Aussies, JP and Ben Mitchell. JP Smith got through. 2 Aussies through. Andrew Harris.
Wasn't he impressive?
He was fantastic. Yeah, the unforced error count will be interesting to watch here for Tomic, just trying to get the balls in play. But, yeah, Andrew Harris yesterday, really good prospect. Good genes. And Minter, his mum, former quarter-finalist, top 30 player.
She had a crack at that one, did Paszek. Let rip, didn't pay off.
So one thing we're looking for from the young players is just that real bit of court presence. Harris had it yesterday. We're seeing it with Kyrgios, Kokonakis coming through. Well, that's where the winners are coming from.
30 all.
For Sarah Tomic. She'll be quite happy, I reckon, if Tamira Paszek just puts them all on her backhand side, because she's in a nice groove with that shot.
Just wide with the forehand volley.
She's did everything right.
Set it up nicely, didn't she? Facing break point here. Looking at a second serve. She saves that one with the error from the Paszek racket. Juice. Back to juice we go. Really important game here for Tomic. She wins and she's right in the contest. She drops this game and she's got a bit of an uphill battle ahead of her. Great forehand this time from Tomic. That's a great shot. Good signs.
Advantage, Tomic.
Yeah, well, showing she can play on both wings. We've mainly seen the backhand be really prominent, but that's her first real genuine forehand winner. So.
Let second serve.
Well done, Tomic.
Game, Tomic.
She holds serve, and we are now have a bit of a game on our hands here in the first set, should I say. So Tomic holds. She trails 2-3 in the opening set. We've been going for 22 minutes. Well, Matt Hill's been keeping himself very busy, earning his keep in the stands here on show court number 3. Matt, how are you going out there?
Hello, Dan. Yes, well, I'm a part of the crowd here on show court 3, and moments ago, Tony Roach was sitting at this very spot watching young Tomic. He was here for about 3 games. We tried to get a word with the great man, but he had to whip off to practice. So we'll try and catch Tony a little bit later on. But free entry here for the qualifying right through until Saturday. Don't forget a big Kids Day here on Saturday, a Nickelodeon Kids Day. It's $10 for adults and children under 16 are free. Plenty of entertainment. And of course finals day for the qualifying. But we may have lost Tony Roach, but Dan, I'm still making friends here. I've met a lovely young family here that have used the free admission. I've got this new friend. Hello, Lily.
Time.
How are you going? How old are you?
7.
7 years of age, and you love going to the tennis?
Yeah.
And who's your favourite player?
Roger Federer.
Roger Federer. I thought you'd say that. Will you have a good day, okay?
Yes.
There you go, boys. A young fan, Lily. Not quite sure if she's on social media yet, but I'm sure she'll have a Facebook page very, very soon. And you can click onto Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all of the social media outlets available here at Australian Open 2014 as we go back to the king of the kids, Brett Phillips.
Well, you've stolen my line, Matt Hill. You look very comfortable out there next TV kids host.
Great to see him making friends.
Just getting a tan too.
How? 15 love.
So 3-2 to Paszek here. 6th game of the opening set. 15 love on her serve.
30-15.
Did you catch any of the Fed last night?
I
Yeah,
did.
at
It
Rod Laver?
was a great night out at Rod Laver Arena, and terrific to see so many past champions and legends of the game out there with Fed. It was a very special night for sure. Great to see.
Yeah, great to see Rod Laver out there. I think the first time they've sort of had a little bit of a hit. Didn't have to ask permission, Rod, of course, to come in.
Roger Federer would have to be the most likeable sportsman in the planet for
No
sure.
doubt.
30 on.
Absolute champion on and off the court. Roger Federer.
Yeah, full house last night, raising well over $1 million for his foundation, doing a lot of great work for children in Africa.
Well done, Tomic. She has a breakpoint chance here
30-40.
to get this first set tied up at 3 games apiece. So a massive point in the context of this opening set. Let's see how she takes this opportunity. Oh, she went for it.
Would have been the shot of the day.
And what a time to produce it, just fractionally long. Did well to have a go at it, really had no choice. She was at full stretch. Back to juice.
Let, second serve.
Well, Paszek there just sending Tomic left and right, making her cover every inch of the court.
Yeah, I think that's a key tactic for Paszek. Is a serious, still a work in progress in that area. That's what I'd be certainly doing, because she's very good at the 1-2 punch and got some good strength on both wings if the ball sits up early in the rally. But I'd be getting Sarah Tomic on her bike if I was Tamira Paszek.
Oh, great backhand from the Austrian. She saves breakpoint again to secure that game. Still with a break in hand, she leads 4-2 in the opening set.
Another beautiful day here in Melbourne for tennis. Going to be a little bit warmer, up to about 32 degrees, but get down here. Nice sort of sun on the back. You can wander around Melbourne Park, taking some great qualifying matches, which will go well into the evening. So if you're viewing our coverage in Melbourne, you want to get down after work. Girls in action today, a sprinkling of the men, of course, in their second round matches as well.
Please take your seats quickly. Thank you. Love 15. $15 all. 15-30.
Just a little bit of pressure here on the Tomic serve. Paszek at 15-30.
Yeah, huge game. This is the 7th game. If Paszek can win here, she'll come out and serve for the set.
What great court coverage from the Austrian, turning defence into offence.
15-40.
And a couple of break points now to her.
Yeah, she had to get on her bike on this occasion, but covered the ground really well. A slice there, not a bad approach shot, but Sarah Tomic unfortunately couldn't execute it past her.
Just wide.
30-40.
Oh, great response from the young 15-year-old.
Deuce.
Yeah, I'd love to check her backhand winners tally at this stage compared to her forehand. We'll try and get that set up for you because right from the outset, it's been a really good weapon.
So she's got it to juice here, saving 2 break points.
Advantage, Paszek.
Just lets her off the hook though.
Clean winner.
Game, Paszek.
She hits the chair, leading it 5-2 here in this opening set. Ian Cohen's going to keep us updated with Court 7. Koza, what's happening out there?
Yes, you're right, Brett. We're off to an absolute flyer here for Australian Open 2014. Beautiful sunny conditions. Let's get out to Court 7 because we might have our first set that has been finished out there. Let's check the scoreline. It is Kristina Pliskova from the Czech Republic, the 9th seed coming into this qualifying tournament. And she currently leads 5-3 over Elisa Kleybanova, who, as Brett Phillips was alluding to, has come back from a bit of a battle off court. And as you can see, it's juice at the moment. That ball, though, long. So we'll wait. Pliskova with the serve at the far end of the court. Set point here. Pliskova with the advantage. Kleybanova, the veteran. Well, Pliskova made short work of that with a service ace. So she takes the first set, 6-3. Well done to the number 9 seed, Kristina Pliskova. Up 1 set to love over Elisa Kleybanova. Let's get back to show court 3.
Thank you. Thank you, Ian. I was just having a look down. Obviously, we lost the number 1 seed in the men's yesterday, Dustin Brown. Sharon Fishman, the Canadian, the number 1 seed, will be out on that court, Court 7, as the 4th matchup a little bit later on. So we'll see how that unfolds.
Looking forward to seeing how this opening set unfolds between Paszek of Austria and Tomic of Australia. Paszek serving for the opening set here.
Actually, Fishman taking on Belinda Bencic of Switzerland, who took on Martina Hingis down in Hobart.
Nice.
Number 1 junior. Played an exhibition just before the main draw of the Hobart International. So it's an interesting matchup with the number 1 seed out on Court 7 later on.
So 3 set points now for Paszek. She's dominated in many terms this opening set. Well, beautiful backhand shot to wrap up the opening set for Tamira Paszek of Austria. She claims it 6-2 over Sarah Tomic of Australia in 36 minutes.
Yeah, very solid performance by Paszek. 6-2. Sarah Tomic certainly had a little opening there at one stage to really work her way back, but Paszek playing just a good, experienced set of tennis. Some good little highlights along the way as we take you through the first set highlights. There's the strength of Sarah Tomic, certainly her backhand. Court movement, certainly still a work in progress. Paszek throughout that first set was able to get a handful of free points off her serve. Some good rallies certainly unfolded. That was one of the shots of the day, beautifully placed in the corner. She's been able to hit a few of those off both wings from a couple of feet behind the baseline, Paszek. Former top 30 player. Only 12 months ago she was 26th in the world, and here she is in qualifying with a ranking of 179. And another strong winner there to close out the set. So Paszek, pretty solid 60% on the first serve, 13 winners to 5. The unforced error count, 5 more for Sarah Tomic, who is certainly on the back foot for periods of that opening set, and Tamira Paszek winning 11 more points overall.
So Tomic to get proceedings underway in the second set. She'll serve first. She's lost the first one 6-2. So we'll see how the young Australian handles the occasion now. No doubt plenty going on in her mind. That is a positive start for the Aussie.
15 love.
It's a nice return.
15 all.
Yeah, only that 116 kilometres an hour, that second serve. They just set up beautifully.
Right in the hitting zone.
Led second serve.
It's a really crucial game here for Tomic to hold. You get the feeling she might get a little bit despondent if she drops this first service game, knowing that she already has lost the first.
Yeah, Paszek playing
15-40.
a high percentage tennis there.
So a couple of break points now. For the 24-year-old Austrian.
Oh, there's a shot.
That is a ripper.
First game, second set.
I reckon that'd be the favourite shot of every player when they're out of court, just to let rip. We see it at the top end, and it can happen in qualies as well. 6-2, 1 love. She's in a good position here, Tamira Paszek. of Austria. Let's have a look at this again. Good sliding serve out wide. It just set up beautifully for her to really have a good hit at it, and a beautiful placement into that corner in the ad court.
Plenty of tennis fans around here at Melbourne Park enjoying the sunshine and some great tennis. Come on down. Free entry, of course, over the next couple of days of qualifying. It is the place to be over January. Melbourne Park, one of the best cities in the world, one of the best sporting events on the planet as well. Come on down, get involved. Paszek looking to consolidate the break of service from the previous game. She's got the first set, 6 games to 2, looking good early here in the second.
Let for serve.
Just missing on that forehand
30
wing.
love.
So 30 love for Paszek. Looking like a pretty easy service game at the moment.
Love.
Nice slider out wide. Great placement. 161 Ks, but yeah, no chance of Tomic getting a record on that.
3 game points.
Game, Paszek.
So Paszek of Austria consolidates that break of serve. She leads 2 games to love in the second set. Been going for 7 minutes. 36 minutes it took for her to claim the opening set, 6 games to 2. So back against the wall here for Sarah Tomic. Getting set to serve in the 3rd game of the second.
15 love.
Good start to this game with an ace down the tee. 2 aces apiece. Always good to claim a couple of quick, free, easy points. Great backhand down the line on the return.
15 off.
Yeah, this set really in danger of becoming a bagel for Sarah Tomic if she can't get into it. At least to hold her serve here. It's going to skip away very quickly.
Bit of luck falling the way of the Aussie, just what she needs.
30-15.
Well, she had to get one back. I think a couple went against her pretty early.
Out.
It's an overall there from the chair umpire. So 40-15 now on the serve of Tomic. Important game for her to hold right now. Saves one.
40-30.
12 qualifying spots up for grabs for the girls. Fielded 96 here in qualifying. With the wildcards going to the Aussies.
Well, Tomic has just let her opponent off the hook here. So that double fault brings it to juice. So she's let 2 little opportunities to hold, fall by the wayside. A third double fault for the match. Bit of a test now. Oh, well played. Beautifully hit backhand from Paszek.
Advantage, Paszek.
Yeah, just not quite enough on it. It's quite a comfortable shot for an experienced player like Tamira Paszek to play to create a clean winner out of.
Deuce.
Great serve down the tee there from Tomic. Needs more of that to really put some pressure on Paszek, who sends a short ball back, and we know her backhand wing is very strong.
Advantage, Tomic.
So another chance to hold. She's doing well to hang in there is Tomic.
Another clean winner of the Paszek racket. It's it back to juice.
Deuce.
Just crafting the points well, getting Tomic on the move again, drawing her out wide and then into the open court. Well crafted. Juice number 3.
Advantage.
Wide on that one. Didn't adjust the footwork.
Sarah Tomic, one of 6 Australians getting a wild card into qualies, and a Konja from Croatia. Recently played in Auckland. Very, very good young player, and Alexandra Wozniak of Canada, the other 2 wild cards.
Well, Paszek got there in plenty
of work, but it's got to be executed so perfectly. Sometimes an error can come. Good serve.
Another chance for the Aussie.
Tomic. Deuce.
Tough game, this one.
Yeah, significant, isn't it? Dan Tomic just needs to hold to stay in the match and feel like she's still a chance. Paszek, she goes 3-love up. Tough to mount a case for Sarah to come back.
So another breakpoint chance here for the Australian. So third break point.
She was always on the here. A long third game of this second set. Had the net covered.
Oh, great return from Paszek.
Advantage, Paszek.
Let rip on that one. Struck it beautifully well. Set up nice and high for her, and she punished it.
Deuce.
Good response from Tomic.
The battle continues.
167 Ks for that one. As we go to juice number 7. It's 100 miles there for our viewers watching in America.
Advantage.
It's a backhand again from Sarah Tomic, so desperate to get on the board in this second set.
Well, neither player able to string 2 consecutive points together in this game. Bit of an arm wrestle.
You sat through a long match last night. Again. the two Australians, how long did they take? A straight sets win to JP Smith over Ben Mitchell, but it took...
Yeah, it was a bit over 2 hours, and the majority of games went to juice, and multiple juices at that. So, well accustomed to the old game of juice. Another game point here for Tomic. Let's see if she can string
Advantage, Tomic.
a consecutive point together. So
there's a big first serve here.
Give her a bit of confidence here early in this second set.
Is having some tough work against Ilona Kremen. This is set point. It happened a few moments ago, and Ilona Kremen, the girl from Belarus, was too good in the end. Look at that little fist pump from the top of the screen there, and happy days for her taking that first set 7-5. This is the analysis of the first set. The service percentages weren't too bad, but when you have a look at the unforced errors, plenty from Kremen, but she also had a few extra winners as well. And Dushevina certainly not in the form that she was in 2005 when she was ranked 31 in the world. Back to go to show court 3.
Thank you very much for that, Koza. Working beautifully as always. So Sarah Tomic here on show court number 3. Our main broadcast court has just held serve in an absolute arm wrestle of a game. It took forever, but she got the job done in the end. And Tamira Paszek of Austria serving still with a break up. She's 2-1 in this second set. She won the first, 6-2.
So just a little crowd distraction. If you are wandering into the qualies, of course, same court etiquette as if you are here at the Australian Open, even though it's a little bit more laid back.
Some good hitting there from Tomic. She's happy to slug it out with Paszek from the back of the court.
Yeah, certainly not laid back on the court, but the fans, not as many people around. You can obviously just wander in and out. That's the great thing about the qualies.
Some good work here from Tomic.
Love 30.
Bit of momentum on her side right now. Wow, big opportunity here for the 15-year-old.
Love 40.
She's got 3 break points and the chance to level this up at 2-all in the second.
Let for serve.
Well, the double fault gives Tomic the break, and we're back on serve here in set number 2.
2 games on.
I didn't quite see that coming. Tamira Paszek just having a little bit of a lapse here in the second set, but well done to Sarah Tomic. She's sticking fat here.
Beautiful forehand from Tomic. Young kid's getting a bit of confidence here. Just sees that ball early. Well executed.
Out. 15 all.
A couple of fans caught on camera. Great shot again.
Yeah, finding a range here. Had Paszek on the back foot for the majority of that point. Good attacking play. That's what you want to see the young players do. Really take it up to their more experienced opponents. Sit back and be passive.
Well, it's really impressive from the young Australian. Fair to say, perhaps 5 minutes ago, she was looking dead and buried in this second set, and here she is with a couple of points to go ahead 3 games to 2 in the second.
There it is, that off forehand again.
Game, Tomic.
Twice in this game. The tide is turning.
Tomic leads by 3 games to 2.
After Tamira Paszek took the opening set, Sarah Tomic staring down the barrel. She's got a nice little roll here. Really finding her range. They're coming sweetly at the middle of the Tomic racket at the moment.
Okay, let's have a look at what else is going on around Melbourne Park, because beautiful sunny conditions. You can see it behind me and people starting to file in here at Melbourne Park. Free admission to the qualifiers. Court 6 play there is underway, and we've also seen a first set there go to Ilona Kremen at 7-5 against Vera Dushevina. So Dushevina, the 10th ranked, 10th seeded player coming in here, has got some tough work. She got as high as 31 in the world back in 2005, and Kremen appears to be on top there. 18 minutes travelled in the second set, and Kremen is again leading 2-1. So Dushevina from Russia, certainly with some tough work ahead of her. Plenty of great matches still coming our way. We've also got a potential upset brewing on Court 8, where a young Chinese player by the name of Yingying Duan, who is 24 years old, is taking it right to the 22nd seed. We'll go back to show Court 3 now.
Thanks, Coz, keeping us up to date right around the courts. Always strong Russian flavour in women's tennis, and great to have this year back in the main draw Vera Zvonareva, of course former world number 2, who's been out of the game for a period.
It's an important game here for Tomic, just to see where she's at in terms of being able to keep it all together. She's done a great job to get a slight advantage here in this second set. Doesn't have the experience of her opponent, so this will be a good little test for the Australian.
There's the double fault stat, so you're fairly even.
There's another.
15-30.
This set probably typifies Tamira Paszek in her game. Talked about her slide in the rankings in 2013. 26, 179 coming into qualies. Just that consistency.
Bit of a confidence-boosting rally there from Paszek. Comes up with the point to get it to 30 all. He's actually won a couple of WTA Tour titles, Paszek, her most notable probably in 2012 when she won Eastbourne in the lead up to Wimbledon. Pretty notable tournament, so does know how to perform on the big stage. We're just seeing a bit of a lull here in her form, but let's see if she can pick it up over the next couple of games.
Left for serve.
Go on.
She retrieved well from the back of the court, didn't she? And then what a shot to finish.
She was gone here, Dan. She was under lots of pressure. Short ball back, but she anticipated where Tomic was going to go with her forehand. Got herself into great position then to hit the winner cross court. And very strong off that backhand wing.
11 winners to 4. Oh, how's about that for a return from Tomic? Bang.
Maybe someone just showed Sarah that stat and said, I need to catch up quickly. That gap's too big.
Oh, that is one to put on the highlights reel for sure. Straight down the line. Brilliant.
Advantage, Tomic.
So this is a big moment here for Sarah Tomic, the 15-year-old from Australia, taking on Paszek, former world number 26, only 24. Has been towards the top end of women's tennis.
Tomic's got the break. Wow, she has a stranglehold on this second set at the moment. She leads by 4 games to 2. What a turnaround.
Yeah, great effort by Sarah Tomic. Great experience for all these Australian players coming in as wildcards into qualifying. She could have maybe just surrendered, but what do you expect her to? I mean, this is big stakes. Get through to the main draw of an Australian Open, but could have slid away very quickly. She was able to really just focus in, use her strengths, and Paszek at the other end at the same time just losing her way a little bit, particularly on that serve.
Tomic's won the last 4 games on the trot, so she's on a bit of a roll here. Things looking very good for her. Paszek just starting to get a little bit frustrated.
30 love.
Great serve. That's where you want to hit it.
Paszek, of course, led 2-love and had points for 3-love in this second set. So no doubt she would be absolutely frustrated inside. Tomic really up and about at the moment. 40-love.
40 love.
There's a few little boxes we can tick with Sarah Tomic. Good on the backhand wing. Her serve is certainly got the potential to be a really strong weapon as she's getting older.
That's a good return from Paszek. We haven't seen a lot of that in the past couple of games.
Yeah, second serve certainly needs a bit of work. They're only once again around that 120k mark. And very easy for the opponent to come over the top and hit a clean winner.
Fault.
Tomic holds serve, and she now leads by 5 games to 2 in this second set. She's doing a wonderful job. It's been going for 35 minutes, but she has a stranglehold on set number 2. Tomic leading by 5 games to 2.
Well, it certainly looks like the boys on show court 3 have got themselves a match on their hands. Maybe not the same can be said for court number 7, because that's where Kleybanova from Russia has gone down in the first set 6-3 to Kristina Pliskova of the Czech Republic. Pliskova is the 9th seed here for qualifying, and as you can see, Pliskova there has certainly got it all going her way. One-way traffic at the moment, because Pliskova is leading 5-2 in the second set. So Kleybanova, who has recovered from some off-court injuries and dramas, certainly doesn't look like progressing past this opening round in qualifiers. We might stay with this for a bit. Kleybanova is serving. Juice at the moment. Kleybanova, there's the lob. It just goes long for Pliskova, so Kleybanova will have the advantage and just needs to try and do something to arrest what has been a fairly severe slide over the last hour or so. And lost the first set 6-3 and going down 4-2 at the moment. So if she was to lose this service game, it would mean that Pliskova would come out and serve for the match. Back to deuce again. Free entry here at Melbourne Park. If you'd like to come and sit in the stands, you can certainly do that and see some of our top tennis players in action. Let's get back to show court 3. We'll update that for you in just a moment.
Thank you, Koza. Well, Tamira Paszek is serving to stay in this second set. She was leading 2 games to love, but young Aussie Sarah Tomic has done an excellent job to claw her way back into the contest. She leads 5-2. 30 love at the moment on Paszek's serve. Another forehand winner from Tomic.
30-15.
Yeah, well crafted from the Austrian.
40-15.
Just wrong footing Tomic there. It's going behind her. So a couple of game points here for Paszek to stop the momentum of Tomic.
Paszek.
So Paszek holds relatively easily. And it will now be up to Sarah Tomic to serve out this second set.
Yeah, not always easy to do, particularly for a player just making her way in the game. But she's been very impressive to work her way back. 2 love down, reeled off the 4 consecutive games. Make that 5 consecutive games, and Paszek has been able to get one back here, at least to keep herself in the set. But certainly on the racket here of Sarah Tomic to try and take this to a third. Played the Australian Open Juniors for the first time a couple of years ago, so she's been on the radar.
Love 15.
Just see if she tightens up a little bit in this game. It is a huge moment for her. Playing against a player that has been ranked as high as number 26 in the world. Couple of loose points. It's better from Tomic. She needed something just to get on the board and settle herself in this game. That serve will do it.
So now Paszek with a couple of break points.
Great weather for the qualifying this week. Living in Melbourne, you never quite know what you're going to get from day to day, or even hour to hour, minute to minute. This is Melbourne at its best.
Paszek's got the break back. So 5 games to 4 now, Tomic. Paszek has reeled off the last 2 games. So perhaps another shift in momentum here in this round 1 women's qualifying singles match. Paszek trailing Tomic. Tomic leads 5 games to 4 in the second set.
So certainly plenty happening on show court 3. However, we've had our first result for qualifying day 2, and it's out on court 8, and it's a bit of an upset too, because the Chinese player in Ying Duan has got over the top of her more fancied opponent, which was Cecile Karantencheva from Kazakhstan, the 22nd seed. This is match point just a few moments ago. A good sliding serve out to the backhand side, and the Chinese girl, 24 years of age, 104 in the world she was last year in May, so she knows how to play the game. She'll be looking to get into the top 100 and certainly looking to qualify for Australian Open 2014. 6-1 and 7-5 was the result, with Ying Duan getting over the top of Cecile Karantencheva of Kazakhstan. You can see there wasn't much separating them. First serves, aces, but when you have a look at the winners, 19-10, so it really did come off the racket of Duan, the Chinese girl, 24-year-old, and she is successfully through to round 2 of the Australian Open qualifying. Let's go back to show court 3. Here's Dan and Brett.
Good on you, Koza. Well, Paszek now has got this game back on serve. 4-5 in the second set. It's a good start from Tomic. Tennis a funny old game. Paszek won the first 2 games of the second set, and then Tomic went on a 5-game roll, and now Paszek has responded with taking the last 2 games. So a lot of shifts of momentum in this second set alone.
Let's see how she returns here, Sarah Tomic. Want to get that first ball back in a good spot.
Great point, the swinging volley to finish it off.
15 off.
Big point from both players.
Tamira was doing all the running early, and it was Sarah there having to hustle hard. Paszek one out.
There's
a bit of emotion there from Tamira Paszek. Knows the importance of this game. Big people, just keep a close eye on Sarah Tomic, just in that, before that point, just grabbing at her hamstring a couple of times. Has been extended in a few points from Paszek, put on the run occasionally, so just keep a close eye on that. Well done, Paszek. Right on the line.
It really came over the top of that ball and flattened it out nicely. This one here, just sitting up too much. Got right over the top.
game point here for the Austrian to level it up at 5 apiece. And she does with an ace. So from 5-2 to 5 games all. Here's that serve from Paszek on game point. Another one down the tee. So game still going on serve here, but we're back on track and at 5 games all in the second. 47 minutes we've been going in this second set alone. Tomic serving.
Yeah, great return from the Austrian. Just dipping on Tomic.
Love 15.
Tough to execute the volley there. So experience shining through. What a topsy-turvy second set. Paszek won the opening 2 games. Sarah Tomic won the next 5. And then Paszek's won the last 3.
Momentum well and truly with the Austrian right now. 4 double faults for Tomic there. Paszek on 6. Just a huge test right here for the young 15-year-old Aussie. Just another error.
Love 14.
3 breakpoint opportunities. Big first serve. Saves one.
Please sit down quickly. Thank you.
One more breakpoint in hand for Paszek. Tomic just hanging on. And she's got it. So the Austrian will come out in just a moment to serve for the match. She's clawed her way back into this second set. She now leads by 6 games to 5.
Let's check out court 7, and we've got a result on court 7. It is where the number 9 seed, Kristina Pliskova from the Czech Republic. This happened just a moment or 2 ago. This is match point, and you can see the win there to Pliskova from the Czech Republic, the 9th seed. 21-year-old, stands pretty tall, 184 centimetres, and was ranked 86th in the world last year. So Elisa Kleybanova, who's had some health issues, has bowed out 6-3, 6-4, and you can see there the first serve percentages weren't there for Kleybanova. The aces, Pliskova 17, she scorched them down. Kleybanova only had the 3. The unforced errors, Pliskova obviously had the result really on her racket, and total points 172 to 61. So a domination there from Pliskova. The 9th seed progresses through to the second round of Australian Open qualifying, beating Elisa Kleybanova 6-3 and 6-4. We'll get back to show court 3 because it looks like it might be on the racket of the Austrian boys.
Yeah, absolutely. So Tamira Paszek will come out and serve for the match here.
What an amazing set, Dan.
Unbelievable.
Trying to predict the fortunes of this match.
There's plenty of momentum swings, but clearly now back in control with the Austrian.
Love.
Another wayward shot from the young Aussie.
30 love.
So Paszek getting very close here to advancing to the second round of qualifying.
$30-15.
So match point now
40-15.
for Tamira Paszek of Austria. And she wraps it up with an ace. Tamira Paszek of Austria marching through to the second round of qualifying here at the Australian Open. Too good for Australia's Sarah Tomic. She takes it 6-2, 7-5.
Well, we're going to show you some match highlights. What was a terrific display by Tamira Paszek in the end. As we take you through the match highlights here, certainly the first set was certainly one-way traffic as the match unfolded. Sarah Tomic certainly showed some good signs on her backhand wing, but so did Tamira Paszek. And she had a number of winners on that backhand side. Sarah Tomic's serve, decent action. As the match unfolded, was able to get some free points. Pretty strong from the back of the court. Only 15 years of age, so another real great learning experience. But as we saw in the second set, was able to really get her nose in front, had a chance to serve for the second set at 5-3 after reeling off 5 straight games. But Tamira Paszek with her experience in the end and getting some free points off her first serve. A couple of really key aces in the match. She was able to get through 6-2, 7-5 to the second round of qualifying. And there are the numbers. First serve percentage very similar. A lot more winners off the Paszek racket, 30-20. And the key column, as always, the unforced errors really started to mount in the second set for Sarah Tomic as that match got away from her, 38-27. And yeah, we don't see many aces in the women's game, apart from Serena Williams, of course, who's so dominant. But as Ian Cowan has told us, Pliskova defeating Kleybanova, 17 aces in her match for Tamira Paszek. Just the 5, but they came at really critical times. She is through to the second round, 1 hour and 30 minutes, and she'll be here tomorrow.
Beautifully done, Brett Phillips, and as we can see, Sarah Tomic leaving the court now. And of course, don't forget, you can tweet us at any time, you can Instagram us any time, you can talk to us on the media, the Facebook, anything you want, and make sure that you hashtag it as OzOpen. So if you hashtag it as OzOpen, and then you can, of course, get into our Twitter feed as well. So if you want to get on Twitter, you want to get on Instagram, you want to get on Facebook, make sure you tag it AUS Open, OzOpen. Of course, the Australian Open TV running right through the streaming process. Let's go to court 6 now, and you can see there that's between Vera Dushevina from Russia, the 10th seed coming in. And it was ranked as high as number 31 in the world back in 2005 against Ilona Kremen of Belarus. Now, this has been a bit seesawing because it was Kremen from Belarus that got out to a 7-5 advantage in the first set. Then Dushevina hit back with 6-2. And as you can see, they are a game apiece in the third set. So Kremen on serve at the moment. and she's closest to camera in the red top, leading 30 love at the moment. Not a lot of pepper on that serve. She'll be trying to get this one in over into the service box. We'll wait. There's the action there. Both dumped into the net. That's a disappointing result, considering she had a small little advantage there in that service game. So it's 30-15. And Dushevina just hanging in there and making sure that this does go to a third set. The other results, Tamara Paszek getting over the top of Sarah Tomic, and also Kristina Pliskova over the top of Elisa Kleybanova, and Yingying Duan over the top of Cecile Karantencheva from Kazakhstan. So the 22nd seed has gone out in that particular encounter. 30-15, Kremen. Lona Kremen from Belarus, closest to screen. Playing Vera Dushevina from Russia, the 10th seed in the white. And that one looks long from Kremen. And we'll keep you up to date with all the scores. Of course, we're going to get into some men's second round action as well on show court 3 later this afternoon. Jimmy Wang from Taipei and Paul-Henri Mathieu from France. That's the 12th seed there. We'll bring you up to date with that. And there's also 7 Australian women playing today. Now down to 6 after Sarah Tomic has bowed out.
1 and 7-5 at Kuyong.
It's a wild one.
Love 30.
Plikova pressing Baines now, 2 points away from the first set. Oh, played it aggressively there, Pavlikova. Put a bit of
15, 30.
power into that return, and it was on her racket, but Baines hung in there. That was a good low shot over the net from a smash. Had to get it high, and it dipped low. And that put the Czech volley under pressure, and into the net it went. And an aggressive play again from Pavlikova brings up 2 set points.
15,
There was an early sense that the Czech was loading both barrels early against the teenager in Baines, and that particular display there certainly proves that to be in evidence. She brings up a couple of set points.
Game for set.
And some strong
6 games
ground
to 2.
stroking from Pavlikova brings up the first sets. 6-2 the score, and it took 25 minutes here on Show Court 3. So we have a look at the highlights of this opening set. Certainly some shots there for the showreel of Nathan Baines. Played this point very well, but good hustle here from Pavlikova, and just a little bit too strong on the forehand side. And that was a beautiful shot down the line from Nathan Baines, but Pavlikova just a little bit too powerful, and the experience is showing here in this first round qualifying match. 25 minutes, 6-2 the score in set 1. Here's the summary, and first serve percentages not that indifferent. Pavlikova with 3 exemplary aces and 7 winners, 3 more than Baines. A few unforced errors there from Baines as well. That usually tells a tale, but just a little bit too experienced, Pavlikova.
Thank you very much, Matt. We're going to take you out to court number 7. We've got the number 1 seed in the women's draw, Sharon Fitchman of Canada. We saw Dustin Brown, the top seed in the men's, bow out yesterday. Fitchman looking to do one better and get through to the second round of qualifying. Now, her opponent today is Belinda Bencic of Switzerland. She's the number 1 junior, and she took on Martina Hingis in Hobart, and she's a really good prospect. Let's take you back to Show Court 3. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Second set underway. For Australians viewing our stream domestically, Andrew Harris in the men's through yesterday, along with JP Smith, John Patrick Smith, the 24-year-old from Townsville, and Anastasia Rodionova through moments ago, 31-year-old Australian. So we certainly have plenty to look forward to heading into the second rounds tomorrow.
Baines needs to exert some early pressure here if she's going to join those that have progressed to the second round in terms of the local hopes. Unable to do so there.
30 love.
Just a little bit too much firepower coming from the racket of Pavlikova.
Not enough foot movement either. Those deep ground strokes bothering Baines.
Baines trying to be aggressive on that second serve and shuffled on inside the baseline, but couldn't quite control the return and headed long.
So this could be another love game for Hradecka. Serving at 40 love.
Let for serve.
And Baines has really battled to make any sort of impression on the service game of her opponent.
This. (40-15).
That time Baines secures point, 40-15. First game, second set.
So Hradecka just overpowering Baines there and takes the second or the first game of the second set, 1 love.
These qualifiers, though, are so important because for local hopes, like we've seen with Nate the Baines, and anywhere you go, whether it's France for the French Open, US Open, Wimbledon, the local hopes get that showing, that belief from their system and from the people in charge of tennis to say, listen, get yourself into this sort of playoff, throw yourself a chance, maybe there's a wild card in it, who knows how it could work. But when you have a look at Baines, the unforced errors, 11-4. So Hradecka is certainly playing a much more controlled game. For the Czech girl now, it's all about just making sure she exerts minimal effort in getting through to the second round, because you feel the momentum is with her, and the situation really relies on her continuing her momentum now. Baines will have to work very, very hard to get back into this this match. Maybe it might be in this service game, though.
Love 15.
Coming up after this match, Paul-Henri Mathieu from France against Jimmy Wang from Taipei. Paul-Henri has had an injury-riddled year, but has had a career-high ranking of 12. So looking forward to seeing Paul-Henri in his second round men's qualifying match after this.
(15-all).
Second ball now to Hradecka.
(30-15).
Baines managing to draw the error.
A beautiful shot. Fantastic backhand. Or forehand, I should say. And not a lot Baines could have done about that. But just dipping perfectly.
Baines with an opportunity now to hold serve. Crucial just to arrest the winning form of the Czech, who won 5 games in a row. That one fails to climb the net.
So a good job from Baines. She holds. Hradecka doesn't like the call. It was obviously close, but no overrule.
1 game all.
1 game all.
She can tend to overhit just slightly, Hradecka, just slightly when she doesn't necessarily need to be heading for the chalk. She just needs to get it back in and try and build the point from her point of view. But she can overhit it again. I think it's going back to that decision that she and her coaching staff would have made early on to say, okay, we're going to come out and really try and blast young Baines off the court.
Again, Hradecka just asking the question. Swinging second serve, 140 kilometres an hour, but that was curling right around. No
Plenty of work on it, wasn't there?
Sweet hitter of the ball, Hradecka. So fluent with that forehand motion.
Still warm out there too, 30 degrees and expected top today of 32. So temperatures are towards the higher end.
These ladies getting the better of it though. The sun sneaking behind the clouds and a little bit of a breeze has picked up as well. Oh, beautiful.
Lovely drive volley.
Yeah, she's taken it
30-15.
on the rise, and she was in that point from go to woe. Could have hit that any better.
Hradecka sometimes gets a little cramped on her backhand and really has to contort to get the ball back in, and that's where Baines needs to continue to work, just to try and get it in either close to the body or get the check in motion.
Oh, was there to be hit.
She got her running then and just couldn't quite finish it off. Just couldn't quite finish it off.
I think it's fair to say Baines might be just working into the match a little bit as well. She's got a little bit more comfortable. disappointed with that.
40-30.
Just didn't get into the right position to hit that forehand at all. Had the open court, and as Ian mentioned, had to almost contort to hit the ball.
Game, Hradecka.
Cramped up, and Hradecka takes her service game 2-1 in the second set after taking the first 6-2.
Take you out to court number 7. We've got the top seed in the women's draw, Sharon Fitchman of Canada, taking on Belinda Bensig of Switzerland, just a young girl. World number 1 junior, who took on Martina Hingis in an exhibition game down in Hobart during the week, and she's got a breaker serve here.
30-40.
Certainly Martina Hingis spoke very glowingly of this young fellow countrywoman from Switzerland, leading it 3-2, but now Fitchman with the break point of her own to try and square things up here in the opening set. So this is live out on court 7 at the moment. We lost to the top seed in the men's draw yesterday, Dustin Brown. And Sharon Fitchman of Canada certainly been challenged early by Bencic of Switzerland. So we wait to see if she can break here. Bencic coming up with a great serve out wide. Brings it back to Juice. So we'll keep you updated there with the number 1 seed as we take you back to show court number 3.
Thanks very much, Brett. And indeed, it's great to see so much young talent on offer here. And don't forget, if you are in and around the Melbourne Park precincts, maybe in the Melbourne CBD, maybe listening or watching to us on Australian Open TV, then see if you can slide on down here and just see some of the rising talent, some of the up-and-comers, and a few of the older heads still plying their trade too in the qualifiers. And you get a chance to see it all up close and personal. This is Nate Baines. She's from Australia. She's got the work ahead of her though, because she is down 1-2 in this second set, having lost the first set 6-2 against Hradecka of the Czech Republic. But she did very well there, and she's decided to step it up a gear or two. 15-love.
She made sure the point was off her racket that time, came in half court and did the rest.
I like that as an approach though, because if she continues to stay back, that's what happens then. There's too much firepower from the Czech, so she might as well mix it up, she might as well chase it, and she might as well get the Czech in motion. Nothing to lose now for Nate Baines. Nice.
30-15.
Makes a decision on the balls. Almost had too much time to think about that. It came back high, plenty of backspin on it, and Baines had almost anywhere to place it. Instead it found the net. Important now, Matt. Really important point. If she can just get over this little speed hump, all of a sudden she's back on level pegging.
40-30 Baines. And she does it.
Game Baines.
So, well done.
2 games all.
She keeps the contest alive, doesn't she, at 2 games all?
Yeah, had she allowed that one to get away from her, all of a sudden it's 3-1, then the Czech serving 4-1, and it's a long bus home from there. That's an early gift
Love 15.
for Baines. Can she make the most of it?
On.
Pliskova taking full quotient of time. Baines was ready. Baines was waiting, said take as much time as you want, I'll just slug this right past you.
15-30.
The intent is there. She gets ready to receive that serve nice and early. She's keen as mustard, no doubt about that. And she has really worked her way into this match.
Okay. Come on. 30.
She went for that too.
Not short on confidence either. The backhand drive volley, couldn't let it bounce, decided no, I'm going to take it on cross court and force here from Hradecka. So Baines really lacked nothing with that. She crafted the point beautifully and finished it off.
And I'd suggest this is the first break point Baines has had for the entire match.
Hradecka just ratcheted up a notch or two and made sure she got back to juice. But for Baines, there's going to be a sense of belief. And as we discussed, that confidence is not missing at all. Some wonderful shot selection.
I'm not harping on it. This is the same girl that had 3 love games against her on the Hradecka serve in the first set. So really taking it up to the check now. On her toes.
Patrons just continue to walk in.
Advantage, Hradecka.
So a couple of errant returns, and Hradecka is able to hold. She leads 3-2 in the second set, but this second set a lot more competitive. It's gone 23 minutes as we're getting a change of lines people and also ball kids by the look of it.
Court number 7, very interesting game going on. The top seeds, they haven't had it all their own way here at qualifying. Dustin Brown out yesterday. Sharon Fitchman of course, Switzerland, of Canada, I should say, the top seed, taking on Belinda Bencic of Switzerland. And she is serving for the opening set here, 5-3. She's leading proceedings at the moment. So Fitchman, the top seed, certainly been in a real battle at the moment. And Bencic hitting the ball very nicely indeed. She's highly ranked as a junior, leading at 5-3 in this opening set. So Fitchman serving here to try and stay in the contest.
This is live out on court number 7 at the moment. We've got a couple of men's matches to follow, including Tomas Bellucci, the former top 30 player from Brazil. So that's the scene. Maybe benches to take the opening set. We'll keep you abreast of that as we take you back to show court number 3.
Thanks very much, Brett. Nate the Baines is on screen, and she trails in this second set 2-3 to the Czech number 17 seed.
Love 15.
And Andrea Havlikova.
She'll take great heart out of this last 20 minutes or so, Baines. She has taken it up to her opponent.
As you rightly said, she's starting to challenge at least on the Czech service games now, and had a break point there. Couldn't quite convert it. Now needs to hold here though. Wow, she wound up for that, the Czech. Sent it cross court, but it missed just marginally, and her intent is quite clear.
Bain ready to serve pretty quickly, and the Czech wasn't ready at all, taking time between points even on the receiving end.
Too high, that sense of knowing where you are in the court too, that alters with courts that you're playing on, because you talk to some of the elite players and they talk about the difference between Margaret Court and Rod Laver and High Sense, the courts that they're so often on, the show courts as well, and the geography does change, especially with the ball high in the air.
Well, that looked long, even
Absolutely
from
long.
Here. Baines certainly thinks it's long. We'll have to have a look at it.
See if we can get that up on replay for you. It appeared to be very long. You can see it just there, and
that's long.
That is, you can quite clearly see blue between the green of the ball and the white of the line. Havlikova just
40-30.
being a little cute there, trying a deft little touch back, didn't get over the net. An important game for Baines. She holds there and levels the ledger at 3-all in this second set, having relinquished the first set 6-2 to Havlikova, the 17th seed.
Well, the previous service game of Havlikova, Baines had a couple of breakpoint opportunities. See what occurs here as the ball boys just organise the balls to get down to Havlikova's end. Good strong hitting from Havlikova. And she's in form with that forehand. She is hard to beat. That was exemplary there.
Net 30 love. No doubt that Havlikova certainly had the easier service games. Baines has had to work hard for all of her points. 30-15.
30-15.
Coming up after this match, Paul-Henri Mathieu from France, the 12th seed in qualifying, men's qualifying, but once number 12 in the world against Jimmy Wang from Taipei.
40-15.
You can hear the voice of Baines there, just trying to keep her attention focused. Stay in the contest. 40-15 now. 3-all.
Let for serve.
Reload again after the let. That one was headed down the tee, but it would have been the wrong side anyway, I think. It's an important second serve that Baines will get a look at here.
Game, Pliskova.
Hits it long though, and the check holds.
Pliskova leads by 4 games to 3.
So 4-3 in the second set after the Czech number 17 seed took the first set 6-2. And we'll head upstairs to Brett Phillips.
Thank you, Ian. Court number 7 we're going to take you out to. This is a great contest. We've got the number 1 player in women's qualifying, Sharon Fichman of Canada. She is the top seed, taking on the number 1 junior, Belinda Bencic of Switzerland, who has taken the opening set in a real surprise. That was just a few moments ago out on court number 7. As I said, took on Martina Hingis in Hobart, got some really good raps from here and abroad. 37 minutes. Service percentage there very similar. Look at the winners, 19 winners, and the unforced errors were certainly under control. So a bit of a surprise here. We lost Dustin Brown, the top men's seed. Maybe we might be set to lose Sharon Fichman of Canada, the number 1 seed in the women's, as we take you back to the live action with Matt Hill and Ian Cohen on Show Court 3.
Well, it's been an entertaining afternoon here on Court 3 as Hradecka goes for the ice. 145,000 bottles of Mount Franklin water were consumed 12 months ago here at Melbourne Park. Fair bit of ice will be given out as well, especially on the hot days. 39 degrees the forecast for the second day of the Australian Open on Tuesday.
Once again, we could have our heat policy enacted, which of course is a multi-layered formula to ensure player safety
15-11.
and the safety of spectators and spectators and patrons as well.
Bit of frustration from Hradecka. She wants to get the job done, doesn't she? She wants it over with.
Yeah, right from word go, she wasn't embracing the long rallies. It was more about, okay, stand and deliver, cop this. And Baines has stood up to a fair bit of punishment. She's done very well, but hasn't necessarily been able to match a lady who's 10 years her senior and, of course, a lot more experienced. So, no surprise, we'll still see plenty of Nate to Baines. Don't worry about that. We might see plenty of her in this set too. Yeah, that's just an example of it though, isn't it? Leveraging around on that forehand side and then being able to slam it down the line without giving Baines, who has been at times fairly fleet-footed, without giving her enough opportunity to get the wheels in motion.
She loves that forehand, Hradecka. She eats those for breakfast.
That's the other thing. A lot of the youngsters have to learn about the hitting zones of a few of the opponents that will be coming along. Because when you know about the likes of Novak v Rafa or Roger or David Ferrer or, you know, Serena v Maria, they know the game so well, they think, oh, I'm not putting it there. That's the hitting zone. All of a sudden for Baines, and conversely also for Hradecka, it is all a new learning curve.
I think she's shown great heart here, Baines. She set it up beautifully with that serve, and she had it spent before she hit it.
30-40.
She won't be happy with that, but she has played really well in this second set. I mean, we can't underestimate the difference in experience between the two, and Hradecka would have played in packed main stadiums around the world, playing in women's doubles finals, which are usually before the men's finals. Baines, the tender age of 17 years of age. Bit of frustration went into that serve, I think.
Yep. Makes you recognise the efforts of Martina Hingis, Boris Becker, these people that win Grand Slams at the teenage years.
And a player like Jennifer Capriati, who was so brilliant as a youngster, and then obviously
burned bright, didn't she?
Went off the rails a little and then came back and was a star again. I do tend to forget sometimes how young these players are.
Game, Baines. New balls, please.
Well, she's stuck in there really well. Full credit to her. 4 games all here in the second set, and she'll look back on this broadcast, hopefully look at this DVD in about 5 years' time, if DVDs are still around by then, or stream it on YouTube and take great heart, and that's what it's all about here at the qualifying.
And no doubt that learning experience is vital. Everyone does it. And when you think about what you were doing at 17, it probably wasn't on the bright furnace of Melbourne Park. So Hradecka Baines, and by the way, we're certainly not saying she's done and dusted by any measure, because she's 4-all in this second set, and who knows what could unfold here. Lovely forehand, caught the line. Drew the error. Love 15. Can be cruel, the net cord. Can be very, very cruel. Don't forget the draw tomorrow. Australian Open TV will bring it all to you. And you can discover who's playing who. You can also discover, if you're viewing us in an Australian town at the moment, part of the AO Blitz, teaming towns with some of our top players. Plenty of prizes. Plenty of fun and merriment was had too as part of the AO Blitz. So the draw for Australian Open 2014, thanks to Kia, will unfold tomorrow morning Australian time.
And this time tomorrow, I'm sure we will do our very best to dissect that draw. We will analyse that very closely during our qualifying round tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. There'll be plenty of analysis, plenty of throwing forward to saying, gee, the round of 16 might be this, this and this. Well, you've got to get there. We've seen plenty of first round upsets and just seen a double fault then.
15-40.
Well, the first set we saw Hradecka with 3 aces, and I don't think we've seen one in the second set. but multiple double faults, and now break points. This is a massive moment.
Just the net cord, the bounce, the height just didn't quite fall for Baines. And again, that's the temperament and experience of just waiting for the moment, choosing the right shot. Because had it gone over the net, Hradecka was there to cover.
Let for serve.
Solid let too. That ball's going to know all about that.
Use.
2 break points. Gone begging for the teenage Australian. Still in it though, at deuce.
She doesn't let things worry her though. She just gets down to business straight away, which is a good attribute for a young player. What was there down the line, and it's caught the tape. Third break point for Baines.
Win this, she comes out to serve for the second set. Paul-Henri Mathieu and Jimmy Wang might have to cool their heels a little longer.
Beautifully constructed. That was like what we were seeing in the first few games of the match. Baines never really in that point.
She covered a lot of ground. Sent east and west.
There's just the difference in power. 15 winners to 7. Hradecka over Baines overall.
Advantage, Laver.
Just come out with the OMG, oh my God. Not happy at all with that one.
She'd done so well to stay in it. Once again, took the ball on the full, drove it back. Just miscued.
So, an opportunity perhaps lost. It's now game point for Hradecka. Having to stave off 3 break points. Interesting game.
Longest service game we've seen from the Czech. She has been pretty quick fire on a few of the others, especially as you alluded to in that opening set where I reckon she had 3 to love. Just that strength on the reach. getting the racket head there, but not generating enough speed or position to be able to head it back over the net. So she arrived, but just couldn't quite swing it to get over there. Advantage, Hradecka again.
Oh, shot. Outstanding. Shot of the day from Baines. Your forehand outstanding, and that put...
Advantage, Hradecka.
This is our longest game so far, Matt. Clearly, Hradecka really having to work hard.
Well, it was an awkward bounce. There was a lot of spin on that. She's handled it very well, kept her composure.
She had been taking balls in the air, and I think she sensed this one had a lot of work on it.
Another break point.
Hello.
Advantage, Baines.
The fourth break point opportunity for Baines. She is going to make the check work for it.
Advantage, Hradecka.
Baines struggling with the backhand on that side of the court, the deuce side, and again Hradecka finds herself with the advantage. Oh, she won't like that, Hradecka. She thought one of those balls went out, and she might be right.
Yes.
She's having another look.
It did appear long, but again, that confidence of Baines, just taking the balls out of the air with drive, backhand volleys, drive volleys. It's an incredibly difficult skill to master.
No, that volley was beautiful, took enough speed off that. Back to deuce. Oh, she did incredibly well to stay in the point after a solid serve at 173 kilometres an hour. She's a little fighter.
The stronger she gets, the more experience she gets, the more guile and calculating she gets, will all enhance her game. That's the advantage of coming to qualifiers. You get to see some of this rising talent up close and personal.
Can Hradecka put this to bed?
Not with that. Wrong side of the highway.
I think this is the 8th deuce, isn't it? Yep, number 8.
Wow.
Advantage, Baines.
After such a long service game, the Czech number 17 seed, Andrea Hradecka, puts a couple into the net at a vital time. She took a long time to serve those 2 faults. There's a third.
That's out.
Look out, Nate the Baines is coming. 6-2, she went down in the first set. She now leads the second set 5 games to 4. We've got a game on our hands here on Show Court 3.
We certainly have, Koza. Back to you and Matt very shortly, really hotting up there. Hradecka Baines really in the contest. Let's take you out to court number 6. This is a men's qualifying singles match, round number 2. Rajiv Ram of the United States, of course, ranked 15 in the seeding here, taking on Blas Roller of Slovenia, who has just taken the opening set in a little bit of a turn-up. 33 minutes, 11 winners off his racket, and he's won 8 more points. So the Slovenian upstaging one of the veterans of the men's tour from the United States, Rajiv Ram, seeded 15 here in qualifying. Some interesting results here on day 2 at Melbourne Park, not going all the way of the seeds and the big names, and that's what qualies can certainly do. So there is the first set. Court number 7, we can tell you here, in a real surprise as well, Belinda Bencic of Switzerland taking on Sharon Finchman of Canada, the top seed, serving for the match here. So we lost Dustin Brown, the men's top seed, yesterday. This is live action out on court 7 as we speak. Took the first 6 games to 3, has absolutely raced through the second 5-1. A real turn up here in qualifying. So it looks like the 2 top seeds in the men's and the women's are going to be knocked out here at Melbourne Park as we take you back to Show Court 3.
Anything is possible, and Nate the Baines has just proven that, because while many thought that she mightn't be a chance to get into this second set, not only is she into it, she is leading at 5-4 and serving to take it. Not with that though, that goes wide. Love 15. So Baines just needs to continue the mental strength and energy that allowed her to break back against Hradecka and try and close out this second set.
Overhitting that one. Yes, a mixture of Baines settling into the match and upping the ante, and Hradecka's serve just letting her down on a few occasions. And it's been a match, really, seconds.
Again, the big hitting. 2 points away from this second set.
And at this point, she hasn't shown any signs of tightening up, Baines. Got her.
40-15.
Well, this has been a turnaround, and Baines has shown remarkable character. So encouraging to watch this. And that's dropped in.
Oh, clever little shovel shot. Didn't charge into the net, put on the brakes, and just managed to shovel it enough high. It was a net court each of 2, and Hradecka said, had enough of that. Get your wheels going for this one. Still with the set point, though.
Came off the frame too, that little shovel shot. Lucky to get away with it in the end. Still a set point. Ooh, that was a tense second serve.
When you talked about tightening up, I thought, oh, why now, Matthew? Why now do you need to talk about that? Let's hope the teenager regroups here.
Oh, that is a tremendous return. The forehand has really assisted Hradecka during the last hour or two and brings it back to deuce. It's been a real arm wrestle the last 3 or 4 games.
If you don't mind, on set point, just
showed a bit of bravery there.
Unleashing that.
Good shot. That's been her cup of tea. And that brings up a break point for Hradecka. Her all-round game is quite good, Hradecka. Oh no. So she has tightened up with 2 double faults. And Hradecka breaks back. This second set, though, has been going for almost an hour. It has been entertaining. 5 games all.
When you look at the recent results, though, for Baines, 2013, after making it through qualifying, she lost in the first round in Bendigo. Okay, so she's doing that sort of circuit at the moment. Melbourne Park obviously is a distance away for Hradecka. Well, she lost to Venus Williams, so she's in that sort of stratosphere. Ranked 58 in the world, a career high for her. Currently she's at 132. The ranking for Hradecka Baines currently sits at 1,063. So Baines is happening.
15 on.
You can hear her just muttering away to herself, the teenager. Just disappointed with that effort. But again, it's the heavy hitting of the Czech, that powerful ground stroke, that just taking its toll every now and again.
A little bit of a running commentary from Hradecka.
30-15.
Crowd in here starting to appreciate some of the good tennis. The occasional round of applause, which is nice for the players to receive.
Good exchange. Good hustle from Hradecka. Good discipline from Baines.
It was a premeditated return of serve for Baines. She got out wide so she could take it on the forehand side. It got her straight into the point, and then she was clever enough to apply the drop shot and then the volley.
I know it's cliched, but gee, this is a big point. 5 all at 30 all.
Oh, scintillating from Hradecka Baines. Absolutely kept herself in that point, waited for the opportunity to present, and then slammed it down the line. She had been run around the court. Look at that whipping backhand. Great testament to not only her mental strength, but her physical strength as well, to be matching it with an older, more senior, bigger girl, and bringing those sort of shots to the table.
Let's second serve. Come on. Deuce. Advantage, Lavachkova.
So again, Baines just unable to capitalise on break points. Hradecka. This is a big point for her to go 6-5 up and can come out with nothing to lose. That's missed.
Deuce.
The match has had a momentum change in that initially it was what Baines could take out of that first set. Now this is just a real fight. It's a contest.
Absolutely.
And it's a tense contest too. Everything's pretty tight. Unforced errors very close.
Advantage, Lavachkova.
One hour and 32 minutes so far.
And the second set is about an hour and 7 minutes of that. Great hustle.
It was tremendous hustle. Baines was doing all of the chasing in that point, but she knew where she was hitting it. She couldn't see where she was hitting it, but was perfect down the line. Even a wry smile from Hradecka.
Yeah, I think Hradecka might have realised just a little too late there that the only spot really Baines could have pivoted in that fashion was to go down the line.
Advantage, Lavachkova. Come on.
I think that seems to be the sentiment from Baines. Just can't quite capitalise. So you get this wonderful exchange and then just a little errant shot going too long.
Errors coming from the same side of the court as well.
Let first serve.
This is where she has been running around too on some of these serves, trying to take them on the forehand side and deliver them with a low off forehand. See if she does so again. She mightn't on the first ball. She may if she gets a look at a second. Doesn't need to, went to the forehand wing.
Deuce.
And we're back to deuce.
Well, Hradecka's service games in the first set were very swift. And now her last two service games have been bordering on epic.
That's right, her one previous to this had 8, 9, 10 deuces. This one's getting up there as well.
Oh, didn't do enough when she approached the net, Baines. Kept Hradecka in the points.
She almost had her racket out there, the Australian. Ball was just too fast.
It's been an absorbing set. So game point for Hradecka to go 6-5 up.
The ball toss has been concerning her. I think that's probably the 8th time we've seen her retrieve it without hitting it. The old pat rafter, sorry mate. Whack. Baines decides it's her time to stand and deliver from the baseline. 122 k's an hour though. That second serve has really lost a bit of its zip for Hradecka. And Baines took full toll. Wow. Hradecka had almost a full court to look at there and then meekly put it across court. Baines couldn't believe her luck and slammed it back down the line.
Well, it almost sat up and said, hit me, didn't it?
Oh, right in the hitting zone. Maybe fatigue an issue for Hradecka. Second serves just tapering off a little bit. Not dispatching. She'll prove us wrong here and just go whackety whack from the baseline.
Break point.
Just seemed to stumble as she approached in from the baseline there. We'll see that again, but whether her first foot inside the court just slipped for Baines, and you heard the racket head hit the ground. She recovered, but not quite in enough time to have any control over that shot. Deuce number 6.
That's twice that Havlikova's tried the drop shot. And the score on that front at the moment's 15-all. Back to square again.
Once again, that ball toss.
Now, this is the side of the court that Baines has struggled with.
No struggle there. She certainly has had a fairly tough ask of it over that side, but now we're at break point number 3. To capitalise, come out and serve for the second set. Which seemed almost a fairy tale at the start of this second set. Well, there we go. The first game that Baines has broken serve against the Czech number 17 seed, and everything swings the momentum back in her favour. And what a game of determination, of grit, of grind, of just mental strength to be able to hang in there and make that such an effective win.
So it's 6.
Court number 3. And we can take you back just a few moments ago in a real upset. The number 1 seed in the women's draw, Sharon Fitchman of Canada, defeated by Belinda Bencic, the Swiss player, of course, world number 1 junior. And she is on the rise, and she has caused a big upset, winning her way through to the second round of qualifying just a little while ago. 1 hour and 7 minutes. And as we can see there, the winners count heavily in favour of the young Swiss girl. 26 winners to 8. She had plenty of firepower from the back of the court, and certainly big reps on what she can do in the future. Number 1 female junior in the world, and she has got her through to the second round of qualifying here at Melbourne Park. Let's take you back. It's, well, a real dogfight at the moment. Second set to try and get through to the second round of qualies as we rejoin Ian Cohen and Matt Hill.
And Brett, as the young Australian moved onto the court, she grabbed 2 balls, put it on the end of her racket, and the umpire called time. She was as keen as mustard to get out there. She barely sat down. 15 love serving for the second set.
The run around there effective for the serve receive. Straight down the line it went. Baines no time to be moving to cut it off.
She would have sent that one down the tram lines in her doubles career a few times.
Yes. Oh, that one does find the tram lines. The radar no doubt needs to be adjusted for the players that do so well in the doubles and then try and forge their singles career as well. But they are elite.
Oh, she's come out with purpose this game, Havlikoova.
15-40.
And now, very quickly, it's 15-40.
Well, after a marathon
11th
11th game, the 12th game over in the blink of an eye. So Baines conceding that break straight back. A disappointing result, and now a tie-break scenario in the second set, 6 games apiece. So she had the opportunity to serve for that second set, but you don't know the ups and downs of a 17-year-old and the volatility, obviously the mental strength needed to get out of that game as a winner and then all of a sudden handing it back on your own service.
Really hard to pick a winner of this tie-break as we kick it off with Havlicova serving.
Lavachkova.
The mental reserves would have been enormous to get through that marathon 11th game. And now you can see the attempt at composure from the Czech 17th seed.
The tie-break is always a battle within a battle.
Lavachkova.
Return with interest, little mini break now. Clutch serve for Baines. Needs to get on the board.
Lavachkova.
Whack. Havlicova just and disappointment from Baines. She slams the other ball into the ground. It bounces away to the middle of the court, but that experience of Havlicova just finding that extra gear.
Fantastic serve from Havlicova. Had that point on her racket from the start. She just needs to really take a deep breath here, Baines, and think this through, because tie breaks can slip away pretty quickly. All of a sudden, Havlicova is 3 points away from the match.
Lavachkova.
It's fair to say that even though she's remaining on her feet, Baines, probably a little bit of tiredness has crept in, both psychologically and physically. And this lady, Havlicova, who has been in this position many times, can now see the finish line.
I'd like to see Baines get on the score sheet here. 5-love down, tie break. She's been playing better than that.
And she does. I think that caught the chalk.
If it did, it wasn't much of it. Havlikova's saying that ball was out. The chair umpire's having none of it. 5-1 will be a sit down anyway for them. Just a little time to just compose themselves. Have a couple of words, a little drink.
It's a very hard line for the umpire to overrule. The serve right up the middle, very difficult. And as you said, the chair umpire didn't want a bar of it.
No, wasn't buying into it at all. And Hradecka offers maybe another exchange as she comes past the chair. Well, for young Baines, maybe that's just that little bit. Every now and again you just need it. Just that little break, not necessarily saying the ball was out, but it could have easily been called out.
In a tense situation, it's either black or white with these players.
Well, there you went. And that drive volley again, which she's used so effectively, it's been extraordinarily good as a weapon for her. And as I've been saying, great confidence for a 17-year-old to be charging in doing that. It's such a pivotal moment. So Baines has got herself in. Hradecka leads 5-2 and can serve it out here. She's blown her opportunity to be able to serve it out with a double fault.
We've seen from both the girls the inability to get a first serve in, even a second serve in at the tense moments. Hradecka 2 points away from the match and a double fault. And that's better. Look at the aggression in her face now. That's a picture of, okay, I've had enough of this now.
Once that serves in, then you can cop this from the baseline.
So 3 match points for Hradecka from the Czech Republic. And eventually she does it.
7-6.
Andrea Hradecka from the Czech Republic, the 17th seed in qualifying, making sure she shakes hands with her younger opponent. And I'm sure she's got nothing but respect for her after what was a grueling second set. And Natha Baines, I hope she doesn't hold her head too low, because that was a tremendous fighting performance in the second set. Andrea Hradecka winning 6-2, 7-6, and Ian will run through the match highlights for you.
Well, Natha Baines will take plenty out of it. Don't worry about that. Her coaching team will have a look at that. They'll assess what happened in the opening. It was a little bit of, well, here I am. All of a sudden, there's a few thousand people being seated in here instead of 10 or 15, and we can see the match highlights here. Natha Baines early on was clearly blown off the court and was having to play very defensive tennis. Hradecka was getting to everything, and then all of a sudden in the second set, Baines really stepped it up, got involved, found the lines, and a round of applause you can hear in the background for Natha Baines as she makes her way off. So plenty of respect being garnered from the crowd as well. And the second set was a real battle. It lasted over an hour before eventually it was the Czech 17th seed, Andrea Hradecka, who prevailed. And you can see the footwork there from Baines. They'll study these tapes, they'll have a look at them and try and work out what more she can do, because she did play some marvellous, marvellous tennis. Maybe not the same firepower. She'll learn composure, but she's certainly got grit and determination in bucket loads. Enough to make sure that she really stayed alive in that second set. They did slug it out for great periods. There was
Again, set match,
some
Lavachkova.
long
6-2,
rallies
7-6.
until finally Andrea Havlikova prevailed to win 6-2, 7-6 and progress to the second round of qualifying in the Australian Open.
Well, it was good theatre, wasn't it? To Havlikova, the multiple Grand Slam winner in doubles, Baines, the young Australian who was born in Leeds, and a bit of a glimpse at Australia's tennis future with Hradecka Baines. And the overall picture looks like this. Things were pretty, in the end, during the second set, pretty tight. First serve percentages tight. The same amount of double faults. Just a few more winners for Havlikova. You can see 5-1 in the aces bracket. In the end, just a little bit too much class and power by Havlikova, but we've got great heart from the performance of the young Australian. We're going to see a lot more of her.
Thank you very much, guys. What an enthralling contest out on Show Court 3. Great fight from Hradecka Baines, the young Aussie. We're going to be seeing plenty more of her. Well, an enthralling men's second round qualifying match going on out on Court 6. Rajiv Ram of the United States did lose the first set to Blas Roller of Slovenia, but he has just struck back, and as we can see there, that sprayed forehand is got back to win the second set 6-3. So we're a set apiece at the moment. The 15th seed fighting back in 35 minutes to take it to a third. So we'll keep you updated with that match as it progresses throughout the afternoon. And this is the match, of course, out on court number 8. It is Richelle Hogenkamp of the Netherlands taking on Ana Vrijic of Croatia. And it looks like that one has just wrapped up out on court number 8 before we get into some men's matches to follow. And we'll just get that final score up of that game that went 1 hour and 21 minutes. Vrijic serving there at 63%. 6-1, 7-6 the final scoreline there in that match. 41 unforced errors for Hogenkamp, the Dutch girl. So Vrijic playing a very, very good match to get through to the second round of women's qualifying here at Melbourne Park. Being down the 3 aces, 22 winners, less unforced errors. That's a good day at the office. 1 hour and 21 minutes. So lots of tennis still to be played here at Melbourne Park. We'll be coming up with Paul-Henri Mathieu on Show Court 3, taking on Jimmy Wang of Chinese Taipei. But of course, Roger Federer, one of the star attractions. It was his night last night on Rod Laver Arena. And of course, 10 years since he won his first major here at Melbourne Park. Roger Federer, what a star. He's going to be in action next Monday. It was a great night here at Rod Laver Arena last night. That is the match to come right here on Australian Open TV on Show Court number 3. The 12th seed, Paul-Henri Mathieu, the Frenchman, taking on Jimmy Wang from Taipei. Plenty of the fans still enjoying a few rays of sunshine here at Melbourne Park. Been a very warm day, 32 degrees, but still enjoying plenty of the tennis. If you're in Melbourne town and you want to come down, still plenty of matches. You can come down after work and enjoy what is going to be a big night of tennis. Let's duck out to court number 7. And it is the match between top Brazilian, the 10th seed in men's qualies, taking on Martin Fischer of Austria. Bellucci, of course, a former top 30 player, the left-hander from Brazil. Was certainly right up there in the rankings for a good 2 or 3 years, but his results haven't gone according to plan over the last couple of years, which has seen that ranking dip. And he's in a little bit of trouble here at the moment, trailing 3-1 in this opening set. Adventure, of course, a well-established player on the ATP Tour, been around for quite some time. Bellucci, of course, with the advantage of the lefty serve. There's one sprays wide off the forehand side, so a chance to hold here to bring it back to 3-2. We lost Dustin Brown, the men's top seed, yesterday. Today we've lost Sharon Fitchman, the Canadian top female seed. She's out of the tournament as well. Some powerful hitting between the pair. That one over the baseline. He holds to love. Bellucci, he's got it back. Fisher still with the break in the opening set, leading 3 games to 2. Let's take you out to court number 6. We've got some live action, of course. The continuing match between Rajiv Ram of the United States. So Rajiv Ram looking to square things up here. That's a beautiful cross-court winner. This is to get through to the final round of qualifying. So massive third set coming up here. Last roller getting on top in the opening set. So a chance maybe for a breaker serve to start this third set. All the live scores right throughout the day, whilst you're watching our live stream here from an Australian perspective today. Sarah Tomic, Arena Rodionova, Mathieu Baines, Madison 6-4. She joins Andrew Ferrola, the Slovenian. That's a crucial break for Roller to get a nice little advantage at the start of this third set. 2 games to love. Took the opening set 6-3. Ram striking back 6-3 in the second. And now Roller with a nice little break. Try to upset the 15th seed. Well, let's take you back to show court 3. Our final match we're bringing you today. Paul-Henri Mathieu, the Frenchman, on screen. The 12th seed taking on Jimmy Wang of Chinese Taipei as we tune into the point
We have 6
toss.
balls, 4 chains, 7-9, and all the lines are covered. And just remember that we have new time violation rule in Grand Slams also, so it's like the ATP Tour. So second serve is fault if you're the server, and 20 seconds. Any questions? No, Jimmy, heads, tails? It's tails. Serve.
Thank you very much, Brett Phillips. Yes, the second round of men's qualifying now. And we see on screen Paul-Henri Mathieu, a man who reached number 12 in the world, but has been rather injury plagued. Jimmy Wang from Chinese Taipei on this side of the court. Sean Manawira is in commentary with me for expert comments. And Sean, the lads get a chance now late in the afternoon after we've had 4 round 1 women's matches. And what are you expecting to see here?
Well, Paul-Henri Mathieu, he's been off the boil a little bit. I mean, a few injuries have plagued him. He's had a really bad knee injury that saw him in 2011 miss most of the season, and his ranking has taken a massive dive, but it's great to see him back on court. And I feel there's a little bit more experience. He's had a 4th round appearance here at the Australian Open back in 2006 and 2008. So I feel that a little bit more experience from the opposite end of the court may see him get over the line here.
His ranking currently is 128, so you're quite right about taking a dive, but we know what he's capable of. It's not really a good guide, is it? But last year retired in the 2nd round of Wimbledon with a neck injury, so obviously a few years on the circuit are starting to take their toll. We've got Jimmy Wang down the other end, 174 a career high of 85 in comparison. And in very recent times, lost to Ryan Harrison in qualifying of the Brisbane International. And also played a very interesting match in the first round of Wimbledon with Odesnik.
That's right, came back from match point down, didn't he?
Was able to do that. So he's obviously got a bit of grit about him, the man from Chinese Taipei.
What I also like about Jimmy Wang is it's great to see him on court as well, because it's really hard to make that jump from juniors to seniors, and he was a pretty great junior. I mean, he was a former world number 3 in the junior ranks and made the final of the Australian Open Junior tournament and also the US tournament. So he knows how to get to the last match as well.
It's quite right what you say, actually, because we have seen a couple of junior Grand Slam winners over the last 2 days. Someone like Andrew Harris, who's a dual Grand Slam winner in juniors. But it is tough to get into the main draw of a Grand Slam. It's not an easy transition at all. You still have to work for it.
Absolutely. I mean, in that Australian Open final that he did play in juniors, he actually played Janko Tipsarevic, and we see where he has gone and obviously where Jimmy Wang has taken his career, and a little bit different, both of those two players. But again, I'm expecting to see a great fight here by Jimmy Wang.
So we see Jimmy Wang coming towards the end of his preliminaries. Interestingly enough, was born in Saudi Arabia. It's an interesting fact for you. Prize money of $500,000 with 5 challenges and 7 future titles to his name. We're going to take a quick break away from Show Court 3 and just remind you, for those that aren't so familiar with the rules of tennis, a bit of a quick reminder for you.
Tennis is a traditional game with well-established rules. Because of this, it is advised that all players wear clothes. I cannot stress that enough. Clothes are a crucial component of social competition. The rules on attire are pretty broad after that. Comfort is key. Women normally wear skirts, shorts, pants, t-shirts, sports shirts, basically whatever you're comfortable in and whatever doesn't impair movement. While men normally wear shorts, pants, t-shirts or sports shirts, while those leave nothing to the imagination shorts from the 70s are best left at home. So that's it. Don't you look smart? Now you're ready for tennis.
Set advantage. To the left of the chair.
We've already seen some interesting attire today. Anastasia Rodionova sporting those long socks.
Interesting look there.
Right off the chair from France.
Long socks would almost inhibit your movement, but obviously it didn't, because she's one of the only Australians through in qualifying. She won well in straight sets.
Yeah, she was quite impressive. Really played a great all-court game, and her movement was quite good as well. I saw her at the wildcard playoffs, and she was not hampered by injury, which I felt she was at the wildcard playoffs.
And as a young tennis fan in Australia, you would have certainly been rapt to see the performance of Nathan Baines. I thought she was tremendous in that second set. Really gave it to the Czech.
Absolutely. I know she had those 2 set points as well, but then to even just come back and get that last set to a tie-break, it was a great maturity shown by the youngster there.
So a couple of practice serves for Paul Henry. Jimmy just working out which racket he's going to use. And we'll be underway shortly for this second round men's qualifying match.
Just on that note about the juniors as well, it was that's what you need to find the positives out of when you do happen to lose a match, and there are some great positives for a lot of our junior players, and we can see a lot of attendance here on Show Court 3, and I hope all of our Australian fans are wrapped in the future of Australian tennis, because there are a lot of superstars coming up the ranks.
This is what the qualifying is all about. Great chance to showcase our young Australian talent and talent from all around the world, and we've got the chance to broadcast it thanks to the vision of Tennis Australia. And wherever you're watching around the world, it's 5:30 local time here in Melbourne. There's still plenty of action on 12 courts across Melbourne Park, so you might think the Australian Open hasn't started yet. Well, it's well and truly in full swing Melbourne Park at the moment. Paul-Henri Mathieu steps up to the plate, and there's plenty of support in the crowd as well for Jimmy Wang. So a bit of an atmosphere here late in the afternoon. Best of 3 sets.
15 up.
A good way to start. It looks as though Paul-Henri's got plenty of support.
Yeah, it's great to see. Just come after work and head over to Melbourne Park. Free entry, of course, and yeah, the very nice 1-2 punch there by Henri Mathieu.
Wait, please.
What are your thoughts, Sean, on Andrew Harris, who was tremendous yesterday?
Oh, no doubt. Again, we're talking about some superstars coming up the ranks, and I don't know too much about Andrew Harris, but I was really impressed with his match as well.
Part of tennis royalty. And his mother.
I was quite impressed with his start. Such great composure shown by the youngster.
Game, Mathieu.
Well, that's a love game to kick it off. The best part of 1 minute. Paul-Henri Mathieu is on his way. It is 1-love. First set. So, born in Saudi Arabia, representing Chinese Taipei. Such interesting people that we come across in qualifying. Some great fairy tale stories. Wang's been playing for a while, turned pro in 2001 as he receives the balls there.
Jimmy Wang
ready for his first service game. Played second round here of the Australian Open back in 2006, so he has been around for a while.
Love 15.
Not the way you want to start your opening service game. Your opponent gets off to a love game and then you start off with a double fault. Not ideal at all.
Jimmy standing at 5 feet 10 inches. We didn't know Vincent Malo yesterday until he walked onto the court, and I was expecting this big Frenchman, but he was 5'8". He's probably the smallest player on the tour almost.
Even I'm taller than that.
Wang just working into his service game here. Wang's known for one trademark, and that is his white cap, which he hasn't disappointed today.
There's also a famous Australian who likes to wear his cap backwards, and what a start to the year Lleyton Hewitt has had.
Yeah, you get the impression that it could be a very big tilt at the Australian Open for Lleyton Hewitt.
And at this time of his career as well, he's got nothing to lose. He's almost gone back to being the underdog, which I think suits him.
Well, just not enough on that second serve from Jimmy Wang.
40-30.
Right in the hitting zone there for Paul-Henri Mathieu. And here's the contrast as well. Henri Mathieu gets that love service game, and Jimmy Wang's had to work for his.
He has to work a little bit longer, Sean, because it's up to deuce. As we see the skyline of Melbourne, the Melbourne CBD, around 30 degrees today. A bit of cloud cover has taken the heat off, but it's been a really nice day in Melbourne. Perfect for tennis. The sports capital of Australia.
Advantage Wang.
I think it would almost be the sports capital of the world. What do you think of that, Sean? We've got
absolutely.
everything here.
The greatest sporting precinct right next to the CBD.
Game.
Just so many different sports.
A couple of strong serves there from Wang, able to capitalise on that and make it 1 game all. But you're quite right, it took 1 minute for Paul-Henri to take his service game, 5 minutes for Jimmy Wang. But as we have a look at the skyline once again of Melbourne, very cultured city, known for its dining, its shopping, and its sport in particular, containing the envy of tennis tournaments across the globe. Melbourne Park, one of the greatest sporting stadiums in the world, the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Not forgetting
15
the greatest, I couldn't say the greatest horse race in the world, but the greatest racing occasion in the Melbourne Cup, the race that stops the nation. The Australian Grand Prix, Formula One. Melbourne to Warrnambool bike race. We have everything here.
Ooh, I like the move. I like Jimmy Wang coming up
30
towards the net to try and give Mathieu just something else to think about, but unfortunately that one just going into the net.
Already a profound contrast in their service games.
30-15.
Paul-Henri's service games, quick to the point, short, sharp points. And Wang having to fight and try and draw out the rallies. And that has landed in. It's a fantastic return from Wang.
Geez, nothing you can do about that. Just a stab and down the line. Here we go, the replay.
That was never missing.
Mathieu is just getting the ball for the next point.
You mentioned Mathieu's injury-played career, and a neck injury for a tennis player, that's just almost the worst injury you could have.
Well, you don't want to mess around with those types of injuries. Back or, yeah, neck, where you had to pull out of Wimbledon. So taking the necessary precautions, which is good.
How is he on clay?
Well, obviously, being a Frenchman, they're brought up on clay as juniors, so I feel it's the best surface as a junior to learn your craft, because you need to move around the court and get that bounce, which can be very unpredictable.
Mathieu. Well, he's able to hold another quick service game, really.
Mathieu
And he
leads
leads
2-1.
2-1 in this second round of men's qualifying, and our sole men's match.
The men, of course, are getting underway, and we can go out now to court 6, and that is where Rajiv Ram from the USA, the 15th seed, he's having a hard time of it because Blaz Roller from Slovenia is up 5-2 and potentially serving for this game. Well, he'll actually be receiving for the match. So Rajiv Ram, who's certainly a veteran of the tour, the big American, has got lots of work to do, needs to hold serve if he's going to be staying in this encounter. And Ram at the moment is up 40-15. So managing just to buy himself a little bit of breathing space is Rajiv Ram. And managing to get a job done there. So that is now 5-3. But Roller, Blaz Roller, would certainly be considered an upset win there. The third set only taking half an hour so far, 29 minutes. So the men in the second round of qualifying here at the Australian Open are currently on court, and we go back to show court 3.
Ian Cohen, thank you very much. So things on serve. Jimmy Wang for his second service game. Paul Henry's played 4 clay finals in his ATP career, and he's 2-2. His greatest successes have been on carpet, with 2 victories from 2 matches, or 2 finals.
There's a great shot there. Nice forehand by Mathieu.
15-all.
Hitting the line there.
Really cramping up the tall man there.
30-15.
Good serve at the body and easy point for Wang.
Net, first service. (40-15).
198 kilometres an hour. And he really cranked into that one. And finishes it off well with a lovely volley. So that was cheaper for him. So we're on serve at all square after 13 minutes. It's 2 games all.
Yeah, it was a great approach shot from Jimmy Wang with that slice forehand. And then as it was sliding away, moving up to the net, great move. I like to see when players move up to the net and show their volleying ability.
A few spectators taking some shots with their mobile phones.
15 love.
Great to see some spectators here. Free entry into Melbourne Park through the qualifying. $10 for adults on Saturday on finals day. But that's in conjunction with the Nickelodeon Kids Day. I'm sure that young lady will be among them. Plenty of Nickelodeon characters, special guests, musical acts. As promised, Ian Cohen singing The Gambler. He'll have the guitar packed. Roger Federer might even make an appearance. That's on Saturday.
30 love.
You can get all of your tickets via tickettech.com.au for the entire 2 weeks of the main draw of the Australian Open as well.
That forehand just sailing long there. Not enough topspin from Mathieu on the forehand. But just $10, you say, to get in and see your favourite Nickelodeon characters. And
well, that's for adults. Children under 16 free.
Oh, I just missed the cutoff.
Do you want me to believe that?
$40-15.
Well, nice placement from the big man. It was there sitting up at him. Just dipped a bit low, but he was able to get to it and put it away beautifully.
Just great footwork shown there. Run around the ball and hit it over the high part of the net.
$40-30.
Nice to see a French flag has been produced in the top corner of the screen there.
Who are they going for, you think?
The man with the ball now.
Game.
And that's a big one at 189. So we're still on serve here in this second round men's qualifying. The score 3 games to 2.
Everything is, and of course everything is a potential upset here at the Australian Open for qualifiers. We've already seen the #1 seeds go out in the men's and the women's side, and this is now a replay of the match point that was underway on court 6. There we go, we're up and going now. We might try and get back to it as we watch Paul-Henri Mathieu just siphon some lemon cordial in. Now he's going to change over to the water. But the point I was trying to get to you was the fact that Blaz has taken out his second round encounter with Rajiv Ram from the USA, who's the 15th seed. So another seed bites the dust. As I said earlier today, we had the #1 women's seed go out. And yesterday, the first match, the #1 men's seed also bowed out as well. So upsets are a possibility. Anything is a possibility here as we head back to show court 3 and more from the second round encounter there between Paul-Henri Mathieu and Jimmy Wang.
And for those that have just joined our stream for the first time on day 2 of qualifying and you're wondering about the Australians in the men's qualifying, Andrew Harris from Australia beat Simone Vagnozzi yesterday 6-1, 7-5. He'll be playing tomorrow.
$15 left.
And John Patrick Smith defeated Ben Mitchell as well yesterday 7-5, 6-3. So the 24-year-old from Townsville progresses as well. We had to get an Aussie through in that match because they played each other, JP Smith and Ben Mitchell.
30 left.
And great news to see those two Aussies go through to the next round.
$40 left.
Yeah, the Wang serve there, you see, he doesn't bring his back leg together with his front to, like, what we're seeing is just a lot more leg drive, and that's where that power comes from, and it's quite effective. You can see the 205 at last ace.
$40-15.
40-30. Just missing the line. It was looking good and then just drifted towards the end.
Game, Wang. So we remain on serve at 3 games all. Also a part of the men's draw, young Blake Mott, the 17-year-old. He unfortunately was defeated by Lopez from Spain. 6-3, 2-6, 6-2. Luke Saville was in an epic yesterday against Paul Capdeville from Chile, 29th seed from Chile. Luke taking the first set 7-6 in a long first set. Tiebreak went 9-7. Paul Capdeville winning the second set 6-love and then winning the third set 11-9. It went for 3 hours and 1 minute. That was broadcast live here on Australian Open TV.
Love 15.
Don't forget, if you've missed any of the action and you'd like to watch one of the players that we've seen over the last couple of days, you can also stream that on your YouTube channel. In particular, the Luke Saville match, it might take a little bit to download, but it's there for your viewing pleasure. We've also got the Australian Tennis Channel in operation. You can receive tennis lessons with Scott Draper. Expert fitness tips and interviews. That's youtube.com/Oz Tennis Channel. Just open a new tab and check out that Australian Tennis Channel. Took it nice and high and had great control with that volley. Lovely control for a small man.
15-30.
Well, Mathieu is not happy with the previous call, believing it clipped the line and still thinking about it, shaking the head, letting the umpire know he's not happy with that call.
Another very good volley.
15-40.
And this brings up 2 break points. The first real opportunity for Wang to break the Frenchman's serve. He'll be able to sense a real opportunity here after Mathieu's opening service games have been quite academic. First one saved.
Great answer there. Very nice serve. And moving into the court. That's what he hasn't been doing in the last couple of points. He's been well behind the baseline, and it's given Jimmy Wang the opportunity to move forward and finish those points off at the net. But this time it was his turn to move forward into the court. Great point.
Game.
Well, a double fault brings up 4-3 for Wang.
New balls, please.
And
Wang
not
leads by 4
a very
games to
good
3.
time to bring up a double fault at all. So it's Wang leading 4-3 as we continue through the opening set here on court 3.
And the men, of course, are in action. We've seen some on show court 3. Conditions now a little bit cloudier. You can see behind me maybe a little bit more overcast. And on court 8, we've got a fairly tight tussle happening there as well. This one, they're just in the middle of sitting down at this stage. It is Martin Fuchsovic's from Hungary against Daniel Evans from Great Britain, who is the 26th seed. And you can see Fuchsovic has just got the ascendancy, 5-4 in this opening set, 25 minutes travel. Nice little crowd in as well. And don't forget, if you are in and around Melbourne Park, get yourself along to one of the courts, because you can watch some of our best up-and-comers and some people wanting to make their way in the world of tennis, some local heroes and plenty of internationals as well. So this is Evans from Great Britain, who is going to serve, and he'll be serving to stay in this opening set, trailing 4-5. That's the way it stands on show court 8 as we head back to show court 3.
So we're watching a couple of quality players here. Paul-Henri Mathieu, this man who won the French Open Juniors in 2000, and then his most unfortunate time in his career, I guess, was in 2002 when he lost a 5-setter in the Davis Cup final in 2002. Mikhail Yuzny was able to come back from 2 sets down, and so they almost took the Davis Cup, the French team. And
that's right, and Russia got over the top.
Yeah, it was on Paul-Henri's racket. And then injuries have set in. So he's certainly a player with a bit of history. That's in. The off forehand again.
15-all. It was a super rally by both players, but Mathieu's backhand proving too much for Jimmy Wang. Really needs to answer back after getting broken.
Another player to grace this court today is from the Nick Bollettieri School of Tennis. Does make you appreciate the stars of the game when you talk about the transition of the juniors, how difficult it is. This man won his hometown Grand Slam, the French Open in juniors, got to a Davis Cup final in 2002, but hasn't been able to reach the top echelon. Talent gets you a long way.
Just proves how hard the top of the game is. You see the top 4, as they like to call them, and how great their careers have been and how hard it's been for other players to try and bridge that gap.
And won't it be interesting to see how that top 4 perform here starting on Monday? I'm sure there'll be a little adjustment in the top 10. How will some of the players knocking on the door go? Berdych, Wawrinka,
maybe even Grigor Dimitrov. There's a lot of hype about the youngster.
Ferrer.
David Ferrer, absolutely, making a final at the French Open.
Sit down, please. Thank you.
Will we see some inroads made? Will we see the top 4 dominate again? And then who will be the surprise packet? There's always one, isn't there? And there's always a 5-set epic. So he's broken back. The Frenchman breaks back, and we're all square again at 4 games all. What will this court produce? over the 2 weeks of the Australian Open. I'm sure we will have a late night on this court at some point, show court 3.
No doubt. Get your ground passes, come over to the Australian Open. And you can come over to show court 3. There's always some great matches here on the outdoor courts.
We'll be heading to court 7 in a moment. Our very own Dan Ryan has made his way out there. Imagine the ground pass, great value. You could be here from 9 in the morning and still be here in Garden Square at 11 at night watching the big screen. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. A ground pass is a tremendous way to do it. And there's plenty of matches going on the outdoor courts late into the evening.
Just find a nice spot there, get a few frozen cokes and stay there for most of the day.
So how do you think this is going to play out as we head towards the end of the first set? 4 games all 15 all. We've had 2 breaks of serve after their serves look so solid for the first 4 games of the match. You don't want to have a go, do you? You're going to sit on the fence.
Well, no, I thought Mathieu was going to get the ascendancy in the first set, but it was Jimmy Wang, but Mathieu has bounced back.
Please. Thank you.
Impressive style, but we are at 4 all. So it's going to be interesting, but I still feel Mathieu will find an answer in this set.
Oh!
Jimmy was just hoping for that ball to drift out.
15-30. And it's all about taking your opportunities early. Jimmy Wang having that break of serve against Mathieu and couldn't capitalise. And you really need to take your opportunities against a quality player in his opponent, Mathieu.
all.
That was a great serve down the tee. 182, not his fastest, but great placement there by the Frenchman.
No doubt, late 2005, early 2006 was the peak of this man's career. Best ever result at a Masters Series ATP event, knocking out Andy Roddick. 2-2 record in Davis Cup. But then more importantly, 4th round of the Australian Open as you brought up earlier.
30-40.
So another break point. Gee, those service games were so solid the first 4 games, and now we've had 2 breaks of serve and another break point. What a big point this is for Wang. Could find himself coming out to serve for the set in a moment. And that's the case. Oh, and Mathieu has just thrown the racket. It almost landed in the rubbish bin over there near the umpire's chair. And he was very lucky he didn't get a warning for that. Jimmy Wang leads 5-4 and will come out to serve for the first set in a moment. Let's head now out to court 7. I think the umpire may have just warned Paul-Henri there as well. Let's head out to Dan Ryan on court 7.
Good on you, Matt. Well, there's a really enthralling encounter happening out here on court 7. A battle of 2 baseliners. Really looking forward to seeing how this one goes. Thomas Bellucci, the number 10 seed here, is in a bit of a battle against Martin Fischer, of course, from Austria. Fischer took the first set 6-4. Not much separated the two fellows in that opening set. Both very happy to slug the ball from the back of the court. Not much net play from either player. The second set at the moment, it's 3-2 to Fischer. He's got a break up. He's serving at the moment. So looking like that he may be able to sneak through in a straight sets victory if he can keep this form up. But as I say that, a breakpoint opportunity here for Thomas Bellucci from Brazil. So it's Fischer with the first set 6-4. He's leading on serve here 3-2. And looking to consolidate, but a break point opportunity here for Bellucci. Bellucci, of course, the number 10 seed here in qualifying. But Fischer has been rock solid all day. So Bellucci will get a look at a second serve. And Bellucci has the break, so it's 3 games all here in the second set. We'll keep you updated with all of the action out here on court number 7. Back to you guys on show court number 3.
Dan Ryan, good work. Good little atmosphere here on court 3. We've got the French on the left side of screen and the fans from Chinese Taipei on the right, and they're quite boisterous. As Jimmy Wang took that first point, it's 15-love. We do believe he got a warning as well from the umpire, Paul Henry, just after that previous game. Oh, yes. Well, that racket almost landed towards the chair of Jimmy Wang's, so the umpire didn't like that at all.
Well, it wasn't a Marcos Bagdatis a couple of seasons ago, but still worthy of a violation by the umpire.
30-15.
No, Marcos, didn't he go off?
Oh, how many? Was it 5 rackets? Just brought new ones, freshies. Didn't even take it out of the plastic and gave him a whomping. Don't see that every day.
That made many highlights reels around the world on sports broadcasts.
I wonder how many views on YouTube it has.
He's pumped up Jimmy, and now 2 set points.
40-15.
He almost went for the throw of the racket again as well, Paul Henry. He's in not a good state of mind at the moment. He's got the black cap on now. Not quite a trademark cap that Jimmy wears, the white cap he wears every time. And he takes out the first set. And there are the cheers from the fans from Taipei.
6 games to 4.
It is 6-4, 37 minutes. Jimmy Wang takes the first set here on court 3. Well, that was solid because Paul Henry matured the first 2 service games. He whipped through them very quickly as we have a look at the first set highlights. There was some cheat points for Paul Henry. In fact, it was a love game, the first service game, wasn't it? And then Jimmy just worked his way in and was able to break the mature serve. It was broken back. But he has remained very consistent, Wang, and he's mixed it up as well, which is important.
Absolutely, and we talked about taking your opportunities, and he definitely did, at least on the second time when he was able to break serve on Mathieu. It was pretty disappointing, I think, from Paul-Henri Mathieu. But at least it gives him the opportunity to start fresh. He'll be serving the start of the second set.
First serve percentage from Mathieu, which is obviously a weapon for him, is pretty ordinary, 50%. And that certainly does tell a tale. Unforced errors, similar. Winners, similar. I reckon it's that first column that is telling the tale of the tape there. Wang takes the first set.
Time.
Good to see the support as well for Jimmy Wang.
This is very interesting first set, and Jimmy again having the opportunity to break the serve of Mathieu, and it was just great to see him because obviously he got broken himself.
Second set.
So I mentioned earlier, it's very interesting to read how or where these players are from and how they were brought up and where they were brought up, and There's an added dimension now to the life of this man. Paul-Henri having his first child, his son Gabriel. Would only be 18 months old at the most. That's an extra challenge when you're on the tour. Challenge either way if the young one is travelling with you or you're away from home for so long.
Can also provide that great balance as well. To have family life mixed in with your professional tennis career. To get away from the pressures that the circuit has.
That 1-2 punch is a weapon for him.
Well, he had it at the start of the first set and then it just went missing. So if you can find it here, it'd be a great way to kickstart this second set.
Net, first service.
Few linesmen will be in the line of fire in the next couple of weeks. Jim disappointed with that.
30-15.
It's a tough gig, isn't it, to be a lines judge?
Especially the one up the middle.
The balls are coming at 200 plus clicks and you got to get out of the way, but...
That gentleman was very smooth though.
Bit of a matrix style, getting out of the way there. Well, there's a catch for someone in the crowd. Oh no, someone just moving away from it.
30 on.
Didn't want to have a bar of it.
Almost ended up in Garden Square. It deflected off the seat. There we go. How's that for camera work?
Look at that.
Thank you.
Another loose forehand. Very lazy footwork
30-40
there by Mathieu.
A little bit unlucky. A ball certainly flirted with the line there a moment ago. He could have gone either way, but didn't go his way, and now an early break point. Oh, went for the big one down the line. Just didn't curl.
Yes.
Thought he was going to go cross court there, but chose the down the line shot. Not the highest percentage. We're back at deuce. Still has a sniff, Jimmy Wang.
Advantage Wang.
Can't do much about that. He was all over it.
Not expecting that one, Mathieu.
Actually, from about 4 games into the match, Wang's dominated this. It's been one-way traffic.
Let first service.
It has, and a little bit of help as well with some unforced errors, and we were talking before about a bit of lazy footwork as well, so Mathieu has to wake up a bit here.
For a man who has spent so much time on clay, he is quite lethargic on his feet.
And again, that could come down to that injury layoff that he had. Who knows how much effect that has had on him, even though it was a couple of years ago.
Looks can be deceiving too. He's only got 7 centimetres on Wang. He isn't the biggest man in the world. And again, Wang just using the angles and running the Frenchman round the court. And another break point.
Advantage Wang.
Game Wang. Well, he's overcooked that, and this has been a really good display from Wang. He takes the first game of the second set. Took 8 minutes. He leads 1-love. Very shortly on your Australian Open website, you'll be able to open the schedule for tomorrow with a Friday of qualifying. There you see some support for Jimmy Wang. Good to see them jumping on the bandwagon. I'm jumping on the bandwagon. He's been playing in great order.
Well, again, the important thing is to consolidate the break, so he has the opportunity to do that now.
He's getting plenty of encouragement. They've come to life.
Well, I think the French crowd as well need to possibly get behind their man and try and spur him on.
Well, they're being very reserved at the moment. That's what they do. Fantastic shot again. Hitting many winners.
15 love.
Just playing a very good brand of tennis at the moment.
You feel he's just opened his shoulders a little bit more. He's just swinging freely at the moment.
Find Paul-Henri is just hitting some very loose shots.
Take a seat quickly, please.
Almost hitting hopes.
Take a seat, please. Thank you.
Umpires have had a devil of a day organising the crowd. Even though the ushers aren't in and the crowds are smaller than usual, you still have to show a bit of tennis etiquette.
$30-15.
There's a couple of gentlemen who are following Wang's lead with the caps.
They're not backwards though. They need to turn them around.
$40-15.
He's getting the fist pumps going, isn't he? He's really spurring himself on.
He's just playing a top-notch, consistent brand of tennis at the moment.
$40-30.
And when he misses, he's not missing by much. As you said, Sean, it's not a break until you consolidate it. He's 1 point away.
Game.
Oh, went
Wang.
for it with the double-handed backhand, and it misses. And have a listen to the crowd from Taipei. Jimmy Wang leads 2-love.
2 games, 2-love.
How does the Frenchman get back into this, Sean?
Well, he's just going, I think, for too much too soon. He really just needs to roll the balls back into the court. Not just in the middle, he just needs to move Jimmy Wang around and just find a little bit of form. Move his feet around and try and move forward to the net as well.
I mentioned Vincent Malot from France, who won yesterday, 5'8".
15
Smaller than Jimmy Wang here, who's 5'10". He is actually out on court 9 at the moment in his second round match against Hernich from the Czech Republic, and up 5-3, and is actually looking to take that first set. He's Love 40 up at the moment. He's got 3 set points. So Malo going very well, the little Frenchman.
He was saying, what does Paul-Henri Mathieu have to do to get back into this match? I think some first serves as well will really help. If he can get them in the court, 180, 200 Ks an hour, then that's really going to help him out.
30-15.
Like that. Well called. As we see another chopper flying across Melbourne Park. We've seen a few over the last couple of days. Between the helicopters and the regular service to Jolimont, the trains drifting by. There's a fair bit of noise out on court 3.
As
we mentioned earlier, the media just starting to build up, especially in the media room underneath Rod Laver Arena. Good to see some of the photographers out here. All of the international television broadcasters are getting prepared for Monday as well. Another break opportunity for Wang.
30,
the
40.
studio that our very own Ian Cohen is hosting from. There's another 4 studios above Garden Square, Channel 7, Eurosport, ESPN and Wow Wow. And it's very interesting to see what different outlays they produce. Channel 7 just going for the desk, Eurosport the desk, Wow Wow have got like a big lounge, the Japanese channel. Eurosport's just gone for the clear glass bench that you could just put a coffee on, maybe like a coffee table.
Yeah, definitely very nice, especially here in the commentary booth. Got a great view of this match, and 2-all to Jimmy Wang, but deuce on Paul-Henri Mathieu serve.
Good shot.
Advantage,
Needs more of
Mathieu.
them. Double-handed backhand down the line. It was there to be hit, and he sent it down with interest.
Great confidence booster there, I think, for Paul-Henri Mathieu.
Tried it again. So getting later in the day here in Melbourne, 25 minutes past 6 local time. Coming to the net again, Jimmy Wang, and he really does put the pressure on when he does that. He's so comfortable there. And now another break point, and this is starting to slip away from Mathieu.
Well, we know he likes to come to the net, Jimmy Wang, and that was a great reflex backhand volley. Good hands shown by the man from Chinese Taipei.
Game, Wang.
He's done it. So Jimmy Wang is well and truly on his way. After 17
Wang
minutes
leads
in the
3
second
games,
set,
2 love.
he leads 3-love.
And out at court 7 continues to be an arm wrestle out there where Thomas Bellucci, who is a seeded player here at the Australian Open qualifying, seeded number 10, has fought his way back into this contest against Martin Fischer of Austria. That was set point just a few moments ago, and Bellucci managed to get it done. So he lost the first one 4-6, but he won the second set 6-3. So Thomas Bellucci and Martin Fischer will go to a third set. Let's have a look at some of the stats. For Fischer, well, first serve's been going in really well. A couple of aces more for Bellucci. The unforced errors, Bellucci's had plenty of those. And in the end, the total points won. Bellucci's won more, but it is tied up at a set apiece. So 4-6 and also 6-3. Let's get to 8 because that's where Martin Fucsovics from Hungary is receiving for the match against Daniel Evans of Great Britain. Now, Fucsovics took the first set 6-4. You can see the score there. 27 minutes, they whipped through that. Now all of a sudden he is up 5-love and he's receiving. Evans serving, and Evans really chasing his tail, although he looked just to have levelled it up there at 30-all. We might stay with this for a moment because we might see another seed bounced out of Australian Open qualifying with Daniel Evans of Great Britain, the 26th seed. Some hard work ahead against Martin Fucsovics of Hungary. And Fucsovics is just ambling across the court there, so Evans might get a chance to hold serve here, and then maybe the big Hungarian can come out and clean it up and win it in 2 straight sets. So we'll wait on this. This is game point. Fucsovics charged into the net there, but to no avail. So Evans holds 5-1 though down. He is the man from Great Britain, and that is a half an hour in progress. So that's not far away from Martin Fucsovics. Let's head back to show court 3, and here's your man, Matt Hill.
Thank you very much, Ian Cohen. Well, this man has the wind in his sails. Jimmy Wang, 3-love up, 15-love. And we haven't even been going an hour, but he's well and truly on his way to winning this.
13-love.
Well, Mathieu has taken the cap off, and it looks like he's pretty disinterested at the moment. He's just a few unforced errors now.
Well, the cap didn't last very long. It only took him 2 or 3 games, and he disposed of his black cap. And this is a very quick service game. Isn't it amazing? The first part of this match, Jimmy took a couple of long service games to fight his way through, and now he's whipping through them.
Game
He is absolutely flying. 4-love. That was the quickest service game you'll ever see.
Wang leads 4 games, 2-love.
That's what I love about this game. You were saying the first Paul-Henri Mathieu was doing so serve, but it just takes a couple of points, and all of a sudden Jimmy Wang looking very good. 6-4, 4-love in this second set.
Yeah. The blink of an eye, this Frenchman is in trouble. Big trouble.
50.
Well, it's going to take something special for him to get out of this sticky situation.
$15-all.
It's a sticky situation, all right. He's in quicksand. Jimmy's facial expressions haven't changed all that much over an hour. A few fist pumps, as you said. But he looks in control.
30-15.
That sliced return just overcooked a shade. There's some happy fans, part of the Wang brigade. This is a little bit more proficient from Mathieu.
40-15.
The 1-2 punch saved him, really.
Again, the well-placed serve into that corner. The defensive backhand not enough on Jimmy Wang. Easy put away there for Paul-Henri Mathieu.
(40-30).
It's just been very loose, hasn't it? Another double.
Well, it's all or nothing, isn't it? He's just really going for that second serve.
No, Jimmy's not going to be happy unless this is 6-love.
And that's what I really want to see from Jimmy Wang. He's got his opponent on the ropes. Make sure he doesn't get any sniff in this set now. Really close it out.
Better news on court 9 for the French. Milo won the first set 6-3 against Hradecka from the Czech Republic. He leads 2-love in the second set. So the pocket rocket, Vincent Milo from France, well on his way to being here on Saturday for the third round of qualifying.
Well, at least there is some good news there for the French crowd here.
Advantage, Mathieu.
Oh, good work from Mathieu. From the big man, he was able to get down to that and keep the ball in. But he still has a mountain to climb. Jimmy Wang leads 4-1.
Now we can go out to court 8. We saw just a couple of moments ago Martin Fucsovics of Hungary, and he's serving for the match here, and that was enough to get it done. The big man in the yellow shirt closest to your screen, absolutely annihilating in the end at Daniel Evans from Great Britain, the 26th seed, bowing out 6-4 and also 6-1. The first serve percentage is important for the big fellas. 67% of first serves getting in, resulting in 5 aces to 1. Winners, he had 16-9, unforced errors 17, but the Brit had 30 unforced errors, so that's not necessarily a game Daniel Evans will look back on fondly. And in the end, the 26th seed has been bounced out by Martin Fucsovics of Hungary, and he progresses through to the finals of the qualifying here at the Australian Open. Going on, show court 3. Matt?
Oh, one word for that, Koza. He is flying. And only a couple of games away to progressing to the second round.
You're off?
Yeah.
So here he is, 28-year-old. He leads 4-1.
Sit down, please.
He has been
Love 15.
Quite a name in Taipei sport. He was the highest ranked tennis player until the emergence of Liu Yan-shun. In his earlier days, he performed extremely well in Asian games and also the East Asian games, which are big events. So we love the Commonwealth Games in this part of the world, but the Asian Games, as far as size and popularity, second biggest behind an Olympic Games, and he performed very well in those back 8 years ago. Been pro for a long time.
15-30.
Been a pro, as I mentioned, since 2001. Just a little bit of service pressure here. 15-30. I guess it doesn't matter what sport you play or whatever you do for a profession and whatever country you come from, to be the best at it for years on end. You've got to get a pat on the back for that. So 30 all.
30 all.
There's another Wang fan enjoying his day at the tennis. Good to see the youngsters here today.
(40-30).
178 kilometres an hour. He put a bit of oomph into that.
Yeah, he didn't start this game too well, did he? But 3 points in a row, capped off there by an ace. Chance to go 5-1 in this deciding set.
Juice.
There you go, great backhand there by Paul-Henri Mathieu. Again, over the high part of the net.
I note there's been an updated forecast for Tuesday's weather here in Melbourne as well. It was 39 degrees initially. The Bureau have changed that. Wait for it. Try 41.
41. My goodness.
Advantage Wang.
33 tomorrow, 25 on the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, 34 for the first day, Monday, 41 on Tuesday. So if you're coming to the tennis, bring your hats, sunscreen, towels, look after yourself, and plenty of water.
Juice.
Well, the Frenchman's not going to lose this game without a fight. The lovely return down the line.
Just use the pace of the serve there. 194k, and just all he had to do was block it back. It was great reflex there by the Frenchman.
Giving himself some encouragement.
Advantage Wang.
Good shot. Dipping, double-handed backhand that had the Frenchman arching the back and couldn't dig it from his shoelaces. And now they come to life in the terraces.
Wang leads 5-1.
Right, it was a smart shot. Didn't have to use too much pace. Just really rolled over the ball with that left hand. That's why it's great to have a double-handed backhand. It's definitely a safer shot. Got it at the shoelaces, as you said, Matt. Now, Paul-Henri Mathieu serving to stay in this match. Well, Matt, you were saying 41 degrees, and that's just the normal temperature. That doesn't actually show the on-court temperature. Just imagine what that is going to be. It's going to be very grueling for the players, isn't it?
Underfoot, it's so arduous, isn't it, on these courts? Especially on days like that. Well, that's an absolute gift for Wang.
seen some of the athletes get very physically ill on court when temperatures reach those high 40s.
Yes, of course the Frenchman Simon and
30,
Fee
15.
played that extraordinary match on Hisense in the first Saturday night here last year. They played each other into submission. They were both physically injured in the fourth set. It was just human theatre at its absolute best. It's also quite brutal to watch at times. So 30 all. Wang is 2 points away. It certainly hasn't been brutal for Wang. It's been proficient, solid, consistent, pretty impressive.
And
now, with that shot going over the baseline, we have a match point, a break point, but more importantly, a match point for Jimmy Wang. The 1-2 punch, he lives off that.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Well, Matt, do you think we could see a comeback here?
Well, after the matches we see in qualifying, I don't think you can make too many predictions in this box. Certainly a mountain to climb, though.
Advantage, Wang.
That's landed in. I'd like to have another look at that. It seemed to be sailing long, but there was no call. So now 2 match points.
Well, there was no objection from...
No, there wasn't either. You're quite right. He just let it run. Which would tend to suggest, you used the word disinterested moments ago. He just let it sail out, didn't protest at all. But we're back to deuce. That's all forgotten now. With that serve at 183 kilometres, setting it up. That clumsy double-handed backhand brings up a third match point for Wang, who's got so much room to move here, being 5-1 up.
Game, set
It's third time lucky, but it was presented to him on a platter with a double fault.
6-1.
The fans cheer for Jimmy Wang from Taipei. He wins in straight sets, 6-4, 6-1. And he salutes the crowd. The Taipei flag is waving proudly on both sides of court 3. That was good.
Yeah, and I think that last point just summed it up for Paul-Henri Mathieu. Just the double fault there, just too many errors from the Frenchman. And that's pretty much where we have the highlights here. Jimmy Wang didn't, I mean, he played a great match. Like he was saying, he was very consistent, but also just given some gifts from Paul-Henri Mathieu.
In the first set, the first couple of service games were easy service games for Mathieu, and Wang had to fight for them a little bit harder, but then the cracks started to show, and Mathieu started to really loosen up with some errant balls, and Wang stayed solid. He got to the net when he could, and he was very good at the net, really putting the pressure on the Frenchman, and he had no answer when Wang came to the net, but his ground strokes were excellent as well. On that particular occasion, that dipping backhand that did the trick. And then a double fault, giving Jimmy Wang the match. The final score, 6-4, 6-1. And the match summary, well, the first serve percentage, I think, was 50% for Mathieu in the first set, 50% for the whole match. And look at those unforced errors. They always tell the tale, don't they? 31.
31 unforced errors. It just doesn't cut it at the top level. And, I mean, Paul-Henri Mathieu knows what it takes, but it just, it just wasn't good enough today for the Frenchman.
Sean Monowera in commentary with me. It's been a pleasure. So it's been an entertaining day again on court 3, but an easy one to Jimmy Wang, and we look forward to seeing him playing in the second round. Third round, I should say.
Thanks very much to Matt and also to Sean as well. As the shadows get a little bit longer behind me, Garden Square and of course Laver Arena, and that's where plenty of the big guns have been in training there today, having their practice inside Laver Arena, because the big guns are here assembling, and that means the draw is tomorrow. From 10 a.m. local time here in Melbourne, you'll be able to tune in on Australian Open TV and watch the draw unfold. And that will be outstanding because 16 of the qualifiers you've been watching from the men's side, they will get through to that main draw, and 12 from the women's side. So we're at the business end as far as the qualifiers are concerned. Let's recap what we saw on Show Court 3. Beautifully called, of course, by Matt Hill and Sean, the last game that went through. But we started with Sarah Tomic, the Australian sister of Bernard Tomic. Unfortunately, she went down for local hopes to Tamara Paszek, 6-2 and 7-5. Heather Watson then made fairly short work of Arena Rodionova, but it did go on for a little period of time, that one, 6-4 and 6-3. Coco van der Weijg was in the end going down to Anastasia Rodionova. That was the sole Australian win today, with Anastasia getting through 6-4 and 6-4. Hradecka Baines, she put up a terrific fight, but in the end wasn't a match for Andrea Hradecka from the Czech Republic, 6-2 and also 7-6. And then the final game we saw there, Paul-Henri Mathieu, well, it all folded up like the deck chairs on the Titanic for the Frenchman, and the French resistance just faded away. Look at the Chinese Taipei fans, very happy with their man Jimmy Wang getting through to live another day. So he gets through the second round. He's into the final round of qualifying, and you can see the scoreline there. Jimmy Wang 6-4 and also 6-1. So a great day here at Melbourne Park, and as I said, the draw starts tomorrow 10 a.m. Make sure you tune in to Australian Open TV for that, and domestically on the 7 network as well. But on behalf of Brett, on behalf of Matt and Dan and the rest of the production team here, it has been a wonderful day at Melbourne Park. We've got plenty more tennis coming straight at you, the Australian Open unfolding next week, but for now, it's bye for now from Melbourne Park.